Good evening, good evening. Welcome. Welcome to our February Jackson Public School Board monthly meeting. It is an honor to see all these beautiful faces. All the students. Hello. Thank you for being here. For those of you that are interested in speaking during public comment tonight, if you would please grab one of those half sheets in the back and fill that out, make its way up here to the front. If we get more than 10 citizens wanting to address the board, we will reduce the time. Right now it's 5 minutes. We will reduce it to 3 minutes. At this time, we'll stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we'll turn the meeting over to Michelle Oxley for roll call, please.
Ms. Hamilton? Present. Mrs. Simonetti? Here. Ms. Acton?
Here.
Mr. Reddy?
Present.
Ms. Sharp?
Here.
Mr. Dobies?
Here.
And Ms. Hunt.
Here. We have the agenda in front of us. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Real quick, I need to make one minor adjustment. Under the, let me get down here, the 2025-2026 budget update, you'll find in your board packet there are two separation agreements, one for the teaching staff and one for our administrative staff. Obviously, as we consider budget reductions in all areas, I've added one labeled non-unit, and you should have a copy of that. It's exactly the same document as what you've seen in the other ones accordingly. So it's the same dollar amount. We could talk about it when we get there, but one change to the agenda.
Marilyn, you want to amend your?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Yes, as amended.
Support.
Thank you, Mr. Dobies. Any deliberation? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Move down to superintendent's report. Jeff?
Thank you very much. And I am thrilled to be able to welcome JPS Montessori Center, Mr. Principal Bradley Jane and his crew of amazing students and teachers. Parents, thank you very much for sharing your children with us. And Mr. Jane, I'm not sure who's going to kick off your presentation, but I'll turn it over to you and let you kind of direct traffic from there.
Absolutely. Good evening, members of the school board and the Jackson community. My name is Bradley Jane, and I have had the privilege of serving as the principal of the JPS Montessori Center that has been nurturing curious, independent, and compassionate learners for nearly 10 years. Montessori education is rooted in the belief that children learn best when they are actively engaged in the learning process. It emphasizes independence, self-direction, and a hands-on approach to learning. Research has shown that Montessori students excel academically and socially, developing strong problem-solving skills and a lifelong love of learning. Our students thrive academically because the Montessori method allows for individualized learning. Children get to move at their own pace, ensuring that they master foundational concepts before advancing. This results in a deeper understanding of the material and a higher academic achievement. Additionally, our focus on social and emotional development helps children build strong interpersonal skills, empathy, and confidence. Our students regularly show improvements in their problem-solving and critical thinking abilities. For example, last year, Madison Worthy demonstrated significant progress in both math and language arts by utilizing the Montessori approach to learning. Thank you, Mrs. Kagans. Additionally, our parent satisfaction rate is consistently high, with over 90% of our parents reporting satisfaction with the Montessori approach in our school. Our school emphasizes a strong community involvement. We regularly host family workshops and invite parents to actively participate in their children's learning. This approach not only strengthens our school community, but also ensures our children receive consistent support both at school and at home. Moreover, our diverse classroom settings encourage students to learn from each other's backgrounds and perspectives, fostering a culture of inclusion. Like many schools, we face challenges related to budget shortfalls, but we continue to find innovative ways to overcome them. We would greatly appreciate your continued support in providing the necessary resources to further enhance the Montessori experience for our students. At this time, I would invite the board and cabinet to stand and join us for a walking tour of our Montessori classroom. Students, go ahead. Teachers, you may get started, just as if you were in your own environment. Feel free to interact with them on the floor. I'm just going to continue to talk as we walk around. The Montessori classroom is a unique and child-centered learning environment that promotes independence, curiosity, and a love for learning. In a Montessori setting, children are encouraged to take an active role in their education, with teachers acting as guides rather than traditional instructors. As you can see, it's very much hands-on. We have cosmic exploration over here with Seven and Doug. Zyla over here is working on the trinomial cube. Malaya and Anna are doing sensorial, tactile, working with coffee, crushing eggshells. Mrs. Choate is working with Adeline on the pink series and the stairs. Javi over here is multiplying in first grade. Bryson is building his word sentences followed by the pictures and then writing the sentences after he forms them. Mrs. Fairbanks is working with a group of first graders. We have Delilah, Lyric, and Raylyn, and they are doing some writer's workshop in a small group setting. Fiona is working on geometric shapes and finding the perimeter and area of different objects. Eliana and Mrs. Kagans are working on different mathematical fact families. Liliana is working on dividing by decimals, and we have Ava and Waylin working on colors in Spanish and English. Good job. We have Roman, Darby, and Noel counting in English and in Spanish. And then we have Laura and Murphy working with Senora Rocio, writing frases en español. Did I get everybody? As you can see, the environment is all child-centered. They're not direct instruction with an adult talking to them at the front of the room. It's very individualized at their own pace. We'll continue just for a few more minutes. Say 7, you're a natural. That's probably true. All right, if we can have the board members finish their last group. And then if teachers and students want to start packing up our materials. You're going to see as they pack up the materials, respect for the materials, themselves, and the environment, which builds self-esteem and pride. Oh, I missed a group. We have Mari and Miles working on hundreds, thousands, and tens places. I got them all. All right, wrap up that last lesson, last conversation. Thank you, Doug and 7, for taking care of the materials. Notice as the boys fold the materials that they learn how to fold in 5 different ways as part of the Montessori method. All right, let's start packing up Montessori. Unfortunately, we have a time limit. I wish we could. I'd be all for it. Come see us. This is us every day. Come see us. Yep. While they finish cleaning up, I'll just read a little bit more. The classroom is structured to allow children to take charge of their learning. Children are free to choose their activities and work at their own pace, promoting self-direction and independence. You're going to see mixed age groups in our classrooms, 3 age spans in every classroom. It's important. They encourage peer learning, where the older children mentor the younger ones, and everyone benefits. We have a respect for the child, which is a core principle of Montessori education. Every child brings their own experiences, their own ideas, their own traditions and beliefs into the classroom, and the teacher works as a guide to elicit those responses. Teachers observe and guide children based on their needs, interests, and developmental stage. As you watch the children carry them, everything is two-handed and intentional. All of our manipulatives are found in nature. You'll see lots of wood and glass and different things like that promotes environment. There's a focus on life skills. Montessori's classrooms focus a strong emphasis on practical life skills. They engage in activities like pouring, sweeping, and buttoning, which help build motor skills, concentration, and a sense of accomplishment. Go to your parents. You can. Either way. Yep. The Montessori philosophy emphasizes the development of social skills, empathy, and peaceful conflict resolution. I'll say that again. Peaceful conflict resolution. When you put groups of people together, conflict is natural. It's teaching the students and the children how to peacefully maneuver the conflict and come to an agreement. In conclusion, our Montessori school is committed to developing well-rounded, independent learners who are prepared for success, both academically and socially. We truly appreciate the board's support in making this possible and look forward to working together to improve and grow. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, students and families. The children have sewn hearts for the board, so they'll bring them up to you guys if you haven't gotten one yet. But that's part of the practical life skills. The children learn how to sew and bake and clean. Thank you very much.
Awesome, and thank you very much, Mr. Jane. Thank you again to our parents for sharing your children with us. We desperately appreciate them and love what they're learning. How much fun is that? So thank you very much for the update. Up next, up next will be Chris Gianetti, and she's going to give us a quick rundown as we begin the process for a 2025-2026 bond. Chris is going to kind of wrap us up around the 2018 conversation. So Chris, if you would.
Sure. First of all, thanks to the Montessori staff and Mr. Bradley Jane and all of the students and parents for bringing your kids out here. There is nothing more enjoyable than watching them learn. So thank you very much, and be safe getting home. I'm just going to do a quick recap here. For anyone who has any questions about the bond or just some thoughts that may have come up after our bond committee meeting or in general in the audience, in 2016 is when we had started the work for our 2018 bond. And I can't, can you help me move this forward? And so we had started that work in 2016, went to the community, did a bond development committee, and the committee came back and said, you're not going big enough. So we revamped, we got together, and in 2017, we started the work for the 2018 bond. When I was researching all of the things that we had done, there were so many videos that we had put together of where we started to where we had gotten to, and it was really interesting how much time and energy was put in to pass that bond and how many different people were a part of it. Just to give you a little recap, we milled to get $87 million in our bond projects. Over time, we were able to get $5.6 million in bond interest during that time. And they gave us a total of a little bit more than $92 million to spread across the district and the plans that we had. A couple other good things happened to us that were sort of interesting in that we were had in the budget for $1 million or so to demo Frost, but through a partnership and an agreement with the Jackson County ISD, we sold it to them for $1, which saved us $1 million to use towards our other projects. And as you can see, that campus now with the brand new Cascades and the Jackson County ISD has turned into a really beautiful, modern area, making that neighborhood look really wonderful. We also had budgeted to demo TA Wilson. That was going to cost us about $1.7 million, and we did not have to do that. We sold that to the city for $150,000. Additionally, the old Montessori, which was at the Amy Firth building, the John George home had approached us and asked us if we would be interested in selling that building. And at the time, because one of our focuses was to fix the footprint of our district, we just had too many buildings, we were also going to close Bennett, but we didn't need to do that. We moved the wonderful Montessori program over to Bennett along with the Felician Sisters. And that 150 from T.A. Wilson went towards some lighting on the street of Wildwood out in front of Jackson High that was desperately needed. And then the 322 went for various other projects, including the extra $10 million that we received outside of the bond from Al Glick for the field that he's built out there. So that recreation area is just, the athletic center is just amazing. So that's kind of some of the things that happened while we were in the midst of the bond, which were really wonderful for us. And then one of the things I just wanted to just one before that, was to let you know what bond dollars can, what our focus of the 2018 bond was. Like I said, it was to right size the district and footprint, which we needed to downsize the amount of buildings that we had. Facilities are costly and they never don't need work, right? So we went through and decided with our bond development committee what makes sense for Jackson Public Schools and what we could do to downsize, but also reinvigorate what we had. We paid a lot of attention and have followed through with safety and security. And safety and security isn't just about all our lockdown buttons and our safe vestibules. It goes throughout the entire district with doors and other safety and security measures that we have put in. And over time, the more things that the state of Michigan requires that we have when it comes to safety and security. And we have a full-fledged EOP committee, which is Emergency Operation Procedures, that meets monthly to make sure that we are meeting all the goals and expectations from our staff and the state of Michigan to keep our schools safe. We also focus very much on 21st learning furniture for all students. Every one of our classrooms was touched with brand new furniture. Each classroom was touched with 21st century technology, and each student is one-to-one. Also during that time frame, we also did do some infrastructure needs for all the buildings. One of the chimney outside of the high school was falling apart, and we had no choice but to concentrate on that and some other infrastructure issues too. When it comes to the bond money, I get this, we hear this all the time, like, why can't you just have a bond and pay teacher salaries or pay for some of the everyday things like curriculum? Well, bond dollars are not meant to be used for that. That's something that has to come out of our budget ourselves. But what we can do with bond dollars is new construction, remodeling. We can purchase buses. We can develop a site, much like we did for Cascades to build the building. Technology for use can be part of the bond. Infrastructure, things that need. If you came to our bond development committee or have seen any of the information, there are things that are 1 to 3 years that have to be done in every building. And keep in mind, we have 7 elementary buildings, a middle school, and a high school. And while we do have a couple of new buildings, most of our buildings have an average age of 70-some years old. So they are old, right? And so there's always going to be infrastructure needs. What we can't use it for is up there, such as salaries and benefits, supplies, training, operating expense, repairs, and maintenance. So there's a very big difference between infrastructure and repairs and maintenance. And we also cannot buy any software with bond dollars. So having said that, as we go into this 2025 bond, we just wanted to highlight some of the amazing work that was done. And we're just going to go through some of these photos so you can see what work that we did in the elementaries. So Cascades Elementary was from the ground up. That is a brand new elementary school. We're very proud of that school. It's a beautiful looking building and houses a lot of our students who really enjoy the new atmosphere. We also put in the bright colors in all of our schools and the decorating theme along with the safety and security in every building. Like I said, every entryway is now considered safe and secure. We put in a lot of collaboration area into the Cascades Elementary. There's one at each end of the hallway for collaboration for students with the bright colors. And you can see the furniture they get to sit on that we didn't sit on, I'm sure. Moving forward, we did a lot of work with Dibble. As you may remember, Dibble did have basically trailers out back, mobile classrooms, as you might say, for years. We were able to put on an addition to get rid of those and revamp much of the school, almost all of it, with new, brighter just brighter design and a new safety and security, along with the same collaboration rooms that you'll see at Cascades. All of our schools have these collaboration rooms for the students to gather. This is some of the new furniture that we put in every building, every classroom. And our media centers, many of our media centers were revamped. A lot were revamped to be moved from, like at Hunt, we moved the media center and the office. We switched places with those to make it more safe and secure. Here at Dibble, it did get a facelift. This is Hunt's new entrance. So the Hunt Elementary entrance was where the library used to be when you first walked in. We switched that around for safety and security issues and made that more visible when you first come in the school. We were able to add a large collaboration room right off of the front vestibule, as well as new furniture in that classroom. This is John R. Lewis. I happen to love this building. It used to be the old Lincoln building. It was closed for quite a few years. We reopened this with just a whole new footprint, a beautiful brand new school with new, again, here's their one of their classrooms, a new media center. This, while not technically new from the ground up, the renovations were significant to change the entire footprint and look of this school. It is a wonderfully beautiful school and all very, just really welcoming to our students. Jeremy got one job. Well, I'll just keep talking as we go here. We will. This is also the brand new hallway. I'm just telling you that the renovation in this building was amazing, considering what shape it was in when we started with it. Tech, maybe you could help us out. More of their classrooms and the renovations in there. This is their brand new cafeteria space, which doubles as their gym as well. And now we move to Sharp Park. Sharp Park was the last to get its renovations done, and probably one of the longest renovations that we did. But this school has been revamped into a beautiful space, along with a large addition. And there was a lot of structural and infrastructure issues that we had to fix with this building in order to add on and also revamp what we did. But Sharp Park also received all brand new furniture. Sharp Park Academy, we did revamp parking as much as we could. That is a landlocked space, but I think we've got every space in there that we can. Middle school at Parkside, we changed the entire entryway for safety and security and has moved off to the side now so that it is not it was a lone-standing building, and turned those into collaboration areas. And now we have a brand new welcome center that's very opening for students and staff and has our safety and security procedures very well in there. We did remodel the entire media center. This is a great space that we hold lots of meetings in. The community likes to use this space as well as us. Lots of comfortable situations of sitting. Here are some of the classroom photos with the new classroom chairs for this age group, which changes as they get older, obviously, at the middle school at Parkside. And then they did get a renovated cafeteria space, which changed the way they do lunches and interact with their students and moved along the kitchen in a much more efficient way. This is right off of the media center, so that whole area is brand new and very welcoming for our students. And of course, Jackson High, there was a lot of renovation done here just recently as well. As you can see, we renovated this media center. Our whole new entrance is amazing as it is, and that is the entrance over by the pool, the brand new pool. We also did a brand new entryway into the school district, into the school itself, which is under the safe and secure protocols that we have. As you can see in here, this is a fully renovated space. If you look towards the back, there is the cafe that we've added, Orange Cafe for coffee here in this building. There it is. And then we re-renovated the old pool to use as a new space and updated a lot of our other areas. This is down by the brand new pool. It has all new concession stands and bathrooms and showers, and really is a beautiful entranceway. This is the actual entranceway to Jackson Public, which, as you can see, has a vestibule and a security entrance before they can get anywhere into the building. And finally, the pool. So while there were a lot of renovations done to every building, if you ever would like to see one, please don't hesitate to contact me and I can take you on a tour of any of our buildings. But what we do want you to walk away with is knowing and understanding what bond dollars can be used for and what they can't be used for. And also the work that can be done when we put ourselves and our community together towards working towards one goal, and that understanding that our buildings still need infrastructure. They are old and they will continue to need that. And if we don't pass a bond, it comes out of our regular budget, and that does affect what we're able to do for our students. So I thank you all for being interested and supportive of a bond, and I look forward to where this 2025 bond goes to. Thank you.
Awesome. Anybody have any questions for Chris before we move on? Some really good stuff. Ms. Hamilton?
I have a couple questions. So one, since being on the board, I've had opportunity to go through the schools on my tours that I usually do, had been doing, I'm unable to do now, but had been doing bi-monthly. And as mentioned, the spaces are absolutely beautiful. I love the bright colors, the chairs, the diverse seating arrangements, options that the students have. Absolutely, really love what the bond dollars did in those spaces. And I appreciate you also making it clear to the community what bond dollars can be used for and what they can't be used for, and why bonds are requested. I think it might be, and I think we probably did this during the bond conversation, but it might be of benefit for, I just lost my thought. It'll come back to me. But anyways, though, the questions though that I had for you were the funds that we sold T.A. Wilson and Amy Firth, and also, and this might be two different ones, you tell me, because they might be the same or they might be different. The funds that we got from that, and then the interest money from that bond, are the interest funds also only allowed to be used under the bond allowed, or are those, and same thing for the T.A. Wilson, though I don't know if that's two separate
Yeah,
questions.
so interest earned on the bond proceeds, they'd have the same allowable uses as the actual bond proceeds.
Okay, so they cannot be used for all the other stuff. Good
Correct,
to know.
so it's the same, we keep those funds segregated with the rest of the bond proceeds. And then, I'm sorry, I forgot your.
The T.A. Wilson funds, the sale of those two schools, are those like bond dollars, or are those monies, like if we were to do that again in the future, could we, what's the
Sure.
expenses?
So the proceeds from the sale of those two buildings can be used for whatever purpose, I believe.
Good to know. Do we have an idea around how much the pool itself cost us in that bond? How much that cost us?
I can pull that out for you. The way that we have it, the pool is lumped in with the rest of the high school renovations, but I could, if you want, I could get you that figure.
Roughly, do you have any rough idea of how much? I mean, I would imagine it's a part of the Welcome Center and all that kind of stuff. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to find where that line is, right, where it changes.
So 2 million, 3 million, 20 million?
I think the pool ballpark was about 13 million.
Yeah.
Ballpark.
Perfect, that's good. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. If my other question comes back, I'll let you know. But I did want to just highlight this word because I think it's nice, 21st century furniture. I'd like that for our schools, so just want to say that. And thank you.
And Ms. Hamilton, we did use, so one of the things you saw when the interest comes in, those dollars allow us to, every project as we've moved through the bond from the first building to the last building, has been given an allowance, and we kind of allot and float that allowance along, which is how we end up at the end of our bond under budget or on budget, even though some projects cost more than what they originally were spec'd out. So the pool's a perfect example. If you were to go back with a pool, I want to pretend, and it's going to be ballpark, I think was $12 million, was how much we had budgeted for the pool. And by the time you get the concrete and each of the bids come in and it comes in $1 million more, and you go, oh my gosh, where are we going to find $1 million? And that's when you find opportunities like with Frost, where you go, okay, we've got $1 million in the budget, sit over here to destroy a building, to take this building down. Perhaps if we could sell that building to the ISD, which is why when we sold it for $1, everybody said, Jeff, you sold a whole building for a whole $1. I didn't sell a building for $1. We sold a building for $1 million, because that $1 million that we had in that project was designed, got transferred over to the pool and helped us balance the budget on the pool project. So that's how we kind of managed that budget as we move through. And each project, whether it was Parkside or Sharp Park, whether it was Dibble or Hunt, any of them as we've come online, has an allowance that kind of goes with it. And then once we've either met that budget or we're under budget or over budget, the monies from the other projects kind of fold into that. And that's where the money from, we didn't have any money budgeted for Bennett. Like Chris said, it was an empty building. We were looking at as a potential to close that building. When we looked at the sale of the Montessori building to the John George home, the $330,000, that became dollars we were able to use on this other project to be able to renovate Bennett, to be able to do the things we needed to do over at Bennett. And those are kind of how those dollars flowed out into those bond projects. So the same thing with T.A. Wilson. When we sold T.A. Wilson to the city, it saved the dollars that we had in the renovation. Now you can use those dollars just like general fund dollars. We chose to use those dollars as the bond dollars that we've been using to be able to kind of backfill and keep our bond under budget or on budget. So that as we had budgeted money to destroy or take down parts of T.A. Wilson, we were able to save those dollars and then take the sale price and reinvest those dollars into the bond. That allows those projects to carry over and go farther. Does that make sense?
And we also, on the website, we consistently publish a monthly bond ledger, as you would say, so you can see what was budgeted for. And some don't move because the projects haven't started yet. But one of the most important things is that we didn't start and say, ooh, sorry, you guys, we couldn't get to you. Like, there was a definite plan for every school, and that money was already allotted. And so if some things had to be taken off a project that was already done to ensure that we didn't slight another school.
Well, and that was and we were able to come back and close those pieces up. So it's not everything. I mean, there's always a wish list, right? But at the end of the day, we could go back and do more of those wish list items. And that's really how we've managed that project from start to finish.
So I remembered the other thing. I think that we've been told that, when we're seeking a bond, these monies are coming from folks' property taxes or whatever, but the rate is not changing for this new bond? Is that
so that's part of what we're asking the bond development committee to do. Do you want us to raise the millage? Do you want us to keep it where it is, where there be no change to your taxes? And so that will be the decision of the bond development committee as we start planning for what we want to do. Obviously, we're afraid the mills, we get more money, but does it make sense that we just continue with what we're doing at leaving it the mills where they are? So that will come up in our next bond development committee, and I think that will be explained and understood in a way that makes sense for everybody. But either no tax raise, we get this amount of money, this certainly half mill, this will continue on the money size that we get. But we also have to be, I think we have to think about, and what we did before too was, how much can the community absorb, and that's where we really want to know how we get the buy-in from the community and the support.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, because I think it's really good information for the community to have. Regardless of, there's always going to be mills that are coming from our property taxes. Am I correct on that?
At this point, yes.
Okay, and that money, if we don't change it, we're still going to get something, which we can do something with.
If we vote the bond in, yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll just go, the mills will keep going down until the bonds are paid off if we do not pass a bond.
Okay, good
But
to know.
because we're going back for the bond, we just want to extend the mills that we have right now, and hopefully that's the direction of the bond development committee.
Okay, so if we extend it without raising it, it won't feel perhaps maybe like too much more, but we also have the option to raise it as well.
Mhm.
I just think
And
that's
it-
good
yep,
information for the
yep.
community to know.
For
That
sure.
we're already putting out, this is not Keisha saying we should take the bond or not, just so you know. This is just me trying to make sure we understand what's going on. If we say yes to the bond without raising it, we're already paying into bond funds, which means that whatever we're currently paying out of our taxes for our houses, it'll just keep going. So that's one option. We can say yes, don't raise it. We can say yes to it, period, let's get it, which was not a raise, or yes to it, let's raise it as well, which means that there'll be more money coming out of your millages, which out of our taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
And we provide all of that information too. If we decide to raise it a mill or a half a mill, what does that mean in your taxes based on your property? So, but no raise does give us a significant amount of money to do quite a bit with, and would not affect taxpayers at this point in an increase.
And then
Thank
don't
you.
forget, thank you very much, Keisha, you are correct. Don't forget, though, that last May, we actually dropped the millage rate by a quarter point. So we went from 6.2 down to 5.95. So I believe currently the bond committee is debating exactly what you had just said, Keisha. Hold it at 5.95, no increase. And that will allow us to, again, go back and tackle more of those infrastructure needs, right? And then there is also obviously the conversation about do you restore that quarter mil that we cut it last year? And I don't know which direction the bond committee will go. Those are pieces that I anticipate they'll bring before this group in the May board meeting or in May. But there's lots of work to be done. And I think that's a real piece for everybody to understand is, you go, Jeff, well, we just had this bond and we did all of these things. Why do we need another one? And as we heard earlier, the buildings are old. And so if you think about those areas that are critical need, those first tier, we got to get this done because the roofs are falling apart and they won't go any further today. So those critical tier one things that were critical tier one back in 2016, 2017, 2018, we did those. Then you have tier two, we did most of those. And then you have tier three, and those have become tier one for us today. So, it's 10 years later. So you have different roofs that need to be done, and you have different, situations. Your boilers are 10 years older, your controls are 10 years older. And it's hard because a lot of the stuff, while we sit in a beautiful renovated space, and Ms. Hamilton, you talked about it, we have new furniture for every teacher, every student, every classroom. We have new devices that we're able to do with our bond. There's a lot of stuff that you don't see because it's buried in the walls. That's really where a lot of the dollars end up going. People don't realize is it's what's hidden behind the drywall that costs the most. And so, we see that in every project. And so it's not as if you can say, well, we'll only focus on Jackson High, or we'll only focus on, well, we just did Cascades. We'll only focus on one building because every building's got needs, and every building's going to have needs again in 7 to 10 years. By the way, that's kind of the average cycle. If you kind of go back and look at JPS, we've been doing this for a long time. It's about every 7 to 10 years, we're going to have a conversation about a bond, because that's how Michigan funds school infrastructure, is through the bond projects, the bond campaigns. If you go to other states, they have capital project funds that the state controls. In Michigan, it's all handled through the bond. And so we end up back before the voters talking about what do you want for your local districts. We had good conversation last week. Unfortunately, it was, socked in by the weather, and we look forward to some more. And by the way, we have a couple of dates coming up, and I don't want to get them wrong. We'll get them posted. There's a couple of dates, end of March, beginning of April, where we're going to be out in the community and do 2 community conversations around this so that the bond committee can share and entertain feedback and talk about what they've seen and what their directions are to really kind of get that feedback from our community as well. So another opportunity for that long before they come in and make their proposal to the board.
Sorry, I really don't want to belabor the point, y'all, but I just want to make sure that we're clear. We have options, right? We can say no bond, we can say yes to keep the bond the same, or we can say yes to raise the bond. I just wanted us to know that we have all those options. Okay, that's it for now.
All right, perfect. Are there any other questions for Ms. Giannetti? All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, we are on to, oh my gosh, our final Partnership District Benchmark Review. Julie Baker, lots of work surrounding partnership. And again, we kind of reported out on some of this because there's been a lot of positives to share out on this project. And so I will let you kick that one off.
So I gave you sort of a little bit of a summary last month. This is the official Partnership District Benchmark Review Summary that's coming from the Office of Partnership Districts. So I wanted to kind of walk through it with you and look at what the finding was and what their suggestions, their recommendations were for us. So if you look at the first page, our status determination was that we are on track. And we discussed that last time, but that's, we out of all of our indicators, and if you turn to page 2 and 3, sorry about that, you'll see the review table that we looked at. And out of all of these indicators, there was only one that we did not meet, and that was reducing the days of absence due to out-of-school suspension. So that is one that we still have to work on. So if you look on the, on page 3, you could see that there are different types of benchmarks. There are process benchmarks, there are local outcome benchmarks, and state assessment benchmarks. We met all of the state assessment and local outcome benchmarks. It was just one of those process benchmarks, which was the suspensions. But otherwise, the Office of Partnership Districts found us on track. On page 4, if you look at the top, you can see the change from 2022 to 2024 with regard to, we've talked about how every building receives an index score every year. And they have sort of a report card. And so John R. Lewis increased their score, their benchmark score, or I'm sorry, their index score by 0.01 percentage points. That has to happen 2 years in a row. So you could see at the top the difference between 2022 and 2024. And then it lists the exit criteria. So this is what we're working towards just with regard to John R. Lewis. So they, in order to exit CSI or comprehensive support status, they need to no longer meet those entrance criteria, which are that they're at the bottom 5% on the Michigan School Index. And for John R. Lewis, that is the exit criteria because they're not a high school. And then the second thing is they need to improve their proficiency in math and ELA for 2 years on those state assessments. So we've already got 1 year under our belts. And so that's what we'll be working on for this coming assessment season. At the bottom of page 4, there's context that was presented at our benchmark meeting. And some of the things that were successes that were mentioned in our report was that each building has a parent liaison, and those parent liaisons are providing parent cafe trainings. We are implementing district-wide MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, and EWIMS throughout the district, and we demonstrated that we understand how necessary and paramount that implementation is. That we are undergoing MTSS professional learning and training, and that we have developed a teaming structure that includes MTSS core team. So we've got a small group of people that we have representation from all levels and most of our buildings on that core team. We have a district implementation team that has members from all buildings and all types of employees or all employee groups. Building level teams, and then transitioning building level impact coaches. So we've got those MTSS coaches, which are really important to that. And then also that we have attendance success coaches in all of our buildings. So looking down at the middle of page 5, you can see where there's recommendations. And so the collaborative recommendations from all of our partners, that means there's 3 partners that we're looking at: the Office of Partnership Districts, the ISD, and from Jackson Public Schools, are looking at the continued implementation of building level MTSS and EWIMS, the development and use of a communication plan around MTSS, continued professional learning, maintaining the MTSS coordinator and building MTSS coach positions, and then training in our new tool, Power School Analytics and Insights for everyone. Continue to identify and address inequity in resources and access for students and in the resources in buildings. Continue to garner a voice and engage all stakeholders in district and building improvement efforts, and that's parents, students, staff, and the community. Make decisions rooted in the JPS mission and vision. Complete a root cause analysis of that suspension data, so digging in deeper to that, and then refining strategies and activities that will address that and help to bring those numbers down. And then professional learning in culturally responsive leadership and instructional best practices, and then using the funds that come along with our identification as a partnership district, which is Regional Assistant Grant and the Section 21H funds, to continue to implement that. And so there's a few, when we look at our attendance coaches, they're funded with those funds. So those are the findings that we received in our final summary. Are there any questions?
Yes. Sorry, I lost my pen. This report, is it accessible online for the community, or is it able to be?
I don't know if we've got it online yet or not, but we can definitely make sure that it is.
That might be beneficial for them to be able to see how far we've come and what we've been doing, and,
Sure.
The one place that I see that we didn't meet ever, during this time was, with regard to days of absence for, suspension. What's the, what trends did we recognize as to why that wasn't, reduced?
I think a lot of it has to do with some of the trauma that we're seeing with students. And so what we've been doing is we've been working with PBIS with our students. We have increased the number of behavior interventionists. And we are looking at, we're putting together a plan for very consistent approaches across all of our buildings to address that. So
Thank you. That's the primary one, just trauma that we're recognizing.
trauma, so we've seen a lot of behavioral changes with our students, and I think that we've been watching the news, we're seeing it across the country. And so just dealing with, some of it is a return to school after COVID for students that really weren't, doing preschool and some of these other things. It's taken us a long time for our younger students to come back and really understand how to do school. And so there's some of that, and then there's some trauma associated with just the way that the world is right now, and things that happen around COVID. So
And are we seeing an increase in suspensions, or is it kind of holding steady, or?
I think we're seeing a good trend this year. So we're seeing in buildings where we saw an uptick last year, we're seeing a wonderful decrease in that. And then we've got a couple of buildings where, we're still working on it. We're still fighting the good fight, and we're finding supports for students. Sometimes it is a one student at a time thing. You really, you could put things in place and they'll work for one student and they have absolutely no impact. They're not supportive for another. And so there are enough students that we have to take our time to sit down around the table and problem solve each student and try something and see if it works, and if it doesn't, we come back. And sometimes it's very challenging, but our staff is really committed to doing the work and supporting our kids.
So I'm a mom to 6, and the diversity among my own 6 babies who have the same parents, that makes sense that, you've got 4,000 plus.
Yeah.
So the diverse approaches that we are taking to our students is important. So I'm thankful that you all are doing that. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you for your time.
All right, and Jeremy, I think you get 98B, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, you all have access to the district Jackson Public Schools Section 98B Benchmark Assessment Progress Report. So here we are, 2024-2025 school year. You have a link to elementary, middle school, high school, and virtual programs. The 98B report, Michigan, is a requirement for school districts to demonstrate that they have goals and that they are striving towards achieving those academic goals. Making progress towards those goals is something that we're going to showcase. So there's 3 checkpoints during the school year, kind of a pre-conference in the middle of the year. Where am I coming into the school? This is our mid-year or mid-school year check-in. How am I doing progressing towards those goals? Before we get to the end of the school year, we want to know, are we headed in the right direction, or do we need to make some changes? And then finally, at the end of the year, we'll report back out to you again in June about how each building did. We're going to look at breakdown of results by grade level, student demographics, as well as mode of instruction. So the majority of our learners are obviously in person, where some of the students at SEMV are hybrid. And again, specifically the goals, what are they? Our elementary schools are using iReady for the first time this school year, so that's new. Last year's results were based on NWEA, which SEMV Middle School at Parkside continue to use. And then the high school programs kind of tell a story. with regards to grade promotion. Obviously, we want our 9th graders becoming 10th, 10th, 11th, all the way through up till graduation. So high school is broken down by content area. So you'll see we kind of compared last year's first trimester to this year's first trimester in English, math, science, and social studies. And so that is the gist of the data that you're going to see. I'd love to try to answer any questions that you might have. And again, you will see this now. We're required to report out this mid-year report. This is a part of the students' goal, so they understand where they are with their learning. This is a part of our teacher goal, so they understand the goals and objectives that they have for their classroom and their mode of instruction, as well as our building administration and, of course, district. So everybody's got a little bit of skin in the game to understand the target and to achieve the target the best that we can. And so, again, the mid-year inquiry is about not did they make a full year progress in a half year's time, but did they make a half year's progress from the beginning of the school year till now? And then again, we'll report back out to you in June about that full year from fall to spring if the students were with us for that extended period of time in the same building. Any questions?
Just about the goals, how often or how frequent do we revisit those goals with each student?
Yeah, specific to this assessment, Julie can probably speak a little bit better towards iReady because I'm not as fluent. But with NWEA, okay, there's specific areas, there's a number, right? And we're trying to help our students make sense of that number on the continuum. There's a number for where I am, okay, that's personal to me, and there's a number specific to where should I be in 6th grade or 7th grade or high school. So it's good to know that I'm making growth based on where I came in, and then also an indicator for the student, I might have made some gains, but I've still got some more work to do to get to be ready for algebra in the 9th grade. And so the teachers will help the students make sense of the number, and then also what are the skills that are associated with the number? Because when I say, hey, Mom, I got 200 on my RIT score, like that doesn't mean much to you. But the teachers will help the students understand where they are on that continuum of instruction. And so the teachers take what we call like big rocks or power standards. Okay, these are the core things that we need to teach in 6th grade science and 7th grade math and et cetera across their content areas to make sure the students get those big ticket items so they can move the instructional needle about where they came in and then understand again, the goal setting will be personalized and individualized for each student, even though a classroom might look very diverse with some high-performing students and some students maybe with learning disabilities and everybody in between. Did I explain that okay?
Yes, and so accountability.
Mm-hmm.
We hear individuals say they just passed my student along. Who's accountable to the teachers to ensure that they are meeting that individual goal for that
Yeah,
child?
so I explained a little bit about everybody's got some skin in the game because it is part of the teacher accountability. Like my expectation of our teachers is that our students will make 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. Okay, we're not perfect. Okay, so I don't expect everybody's gonna be 100%. All right, that'd be amazing. That'd be highly effective or whatever you wanna call it. And there's some other factors that contribute to that, right? What does the attendance look like? Because if you're not present, it's hard to achieve those goals. Well, some students make 1.5 years or 2 years growth. Some students make a little bit less. So that's the accountability piece that the teachers report out on, as well as the teachers will report to the parents at parent-teacher conferences and multiple times through the year about how their child is learning and what their goals are, and about if they do these things, right? You're in school every day, you're paying attention, you're completing your homework assignments, you're taking these quizzes and assessments, we'll get you there. But I want to just frame again that all of our students, just because they're in the 6th grade doesn't mean they're in the 6th grade, okay? Some come in behind, some come in ahead, and everybody else in between. So it's a very delicate act in teaching a diverse group of students, but there are enrichment opportunities for kids to go ahead. We have a lot of virtual platforms where kids can work on, we call it in the elementary win time, what I need. And so there's a specific point in time in a class where we're differentiating our instruction to meet the diverse needs of our students in the classroom. And so there's an accountability for the teacher because it's a part of the evaluation process. But it takes everyone, right? When everybody's aiming towards these goals, and primarily on this spreadsheet, we're talking about reading and math. So even for the phys ed teacher, even for the music educator, even for some of the encore teachers, they still have a part of this reading goal to help our students to be successful. It doesn't all just fall on one person.
Are we seeing increased parent involvement after they receive this information? They're attending the parent-teacher conferences and teachers are sharing this information. What does that look like after those meetings?
So I think it's helping our parents to understand how they can help their children at home. Because it's confusing, right? I did not grow up with NWEA. What is a 200 RIT score? What does RTI stand for? What does WIN stand for? We get that here. And so I think our schools are doing a good job where they're explaining to our teacher, one, what are we doing in the classroom? Two, ensuring that the student understands what they're supposed to be doing in the classroom. We regularly look for, what am I supposed to be doing today? How do I know when I'm doing a good job? And then if we can partner with a parent to continue to enhance that at home, are we having conversations about what homework might look like? Are we having conversations about what are we reading? Are we reading for fluency and comprehension and completing assignments to the best of our abilities? And what do we do when we don't know what to do? How do we help our parents to understand how the school can further support extended learning times? So we have after-school programs, we have summer school programs, and we have kind of one-to-one support when applicable.
Thank you.
A couple questions for you, and a plug. So maybe just one question: is this also available online, or no?
So no, this NWA is not accessible to the families at home, and so it's kind of a secure kind of thing because I don't know who might take the test if I don't have teacher control over
The results.
the results. There you go.
No. So are the results accessible online?
Oh,
Like this report that you gave us?
yes, there is a parent portal.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. The
You're
next
welcome.
question and plug, and Julie, this might be you, but we have school improvement meetings. So I know that when I've come to the school improvement meetings, you all have dived really deep into explaining all of this very, very well. You know, all the acronyms and all the stuff. So if we're kind of lost a little bit right now, I want to put a plug in that during the school improvement meetings, which I know we have, I think, one in March. So the community is, and I would appreciate if you give them the date when you get it soon during this meeting. But the community, everyone's welcome to come to those school improvement meetings. And they dive into this information deeper, but also school improvement. That's the name of the meeting because that's the design for it. And you all's voices and perspectives and ideologies and et cetera are very welcome in those spaces. But again, I just want to put a plug in that, you know, this information and other information is dived in very deep. And we welcome your attendance in those spaces. It's March something. I don't know when. March 5th, here in this building at 5:30, I think. Is it 5:30? 5:30, March 5th, school improvement meeting. You all are all welcome.
Ms. Hamilton, I'm sorry, that's not an open meeting. That's not actually a public meeting.
Oh, I was told it was. What changed?
No, the school improvement is work that we do internal. We publish that, we share it out here, but that's not, and I apologize because you could be talking about two different things, but our school, our district school improvement and our building school improvement, those are works that we do in-house.
So the March 5th school improvement district meeting that's here for the public is not for the public.
It's not a public meeting. That's
Is that,
We
help me
have
understand.
representatives from each of our building, and then we have board members that have come, and we have representatives from each of our employee groups.
We've
So
had community members here as well. Did that change?
they were invited.
So they just need to come for, how do they get an invitation? What happens? Because I was told that they were able to come. Do they just need to reach out for an invitation?
No,
What
so
happens?
each building should have parents as part of their school improvement individual process, and that feeds the district school improvement committee.
So
our
they need
parent-
to connect with
our
their
parent
school.
So if you're
Yeah.
if you're a parent and you're involved in your building school improvement committee, you may be part of the district school improvement committee.
So I, thank you. I do know that that's changed because I was told otherwise. I don't like that, just so we know. But if you want to be a part of that, reach out to your school improvement committee, see if you can get on that committee so that you can become part of the bigger committee.
Yeah, what we did, we have our parent liaisons, and we've asked them to really go out and try to invite some parents to come with them.
Was that part of their job when they came on a year or two
We
ago?
added that because we figured that we weren't getting representatives from every building. We invited a whole lot of parents, and we didn't have some of them come because they had conflicts and things like that. But that was one of the things that we've asked our parent liaisons to do, is
Okay.
to really see if they could cultivate some relationships with parents and bring them with them.
Yeah, because I remember when I first started that it was definitely open to the public. That's what I was told. But okay, now we know that they changed the process. You know, just connect with them, folks. You should be at the school improvement meetings.
Thank you.
Jeremy, thank you. I really appreciate the fact that each school has individualized benchmarks. I think that's important. And then just to clarify, on the data that we're looking at, these percentages are percent growth, not percent proficient. So when we see a 0, it just means that there was no change in that time period, not that 0% were proficient, correct?
Yes, that would indicate that at that particular area, that there was not a half year's growth obtained by whatever students are represented in that area. You're welcome.
Mr. Patterson, can I just ask a clarification about the high school grades? So we have letter grades. Is there a uniform across the content, or excuse me, across the core areas of formative, summative, so that these grades are, do they do like a 70-30% to calculate an A, B, C, D? Are those consistent across grade levels? Are they consistent across?
It changes
Okay.
by department.
Okay.
Because sometimes a final exam might have a different weight, and even programming too. So pathways might look a little bit different than Jackson High School. But yes, there definitely is a blend.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say that it's consistent, that it's 70-30 from one content area to another.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Keisha, thank you. I know we discussed a lot of reports here. Is there any central location where you put them online?
The 98B, which is what he's talking about
Yep.
tonight, or tonight, there is actually a spot where what you see, what you've got in your report there, that we could call it like a landing page that has a link for each of the schools where that landing page is kept. It's right on our website. I don't know if there's, and then we also, you'll see our annual education reports. Those were posted today as well.
I got a small suggestion. If I know we have recordings of our board meeting on YouTube, every single one of them. Similarly, if we can have a link, board meeting link, where we can post these links the reports we discuss here, it would be easy for a lot of folks in the community to access, because there's so many people out there who care about Jackson Public Schools.
Yeah.
So many.
agree.
So we want to make it easy for them to access these reports, you know. So if we can make the central location one place, hyperlink, boom, we got all the info.
Thank you for the
So,
feedback. That's a good idea.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, I have one follow-up question. It kind of evolved from Cheryl's question. She asked about the percentage of growth or percentage of proficiency. Who defines proficiency, and what is our district's definition?
Okay, so relative to high school, the proficiency would be measurement of the standards and the assessments that were given in each content area. And so it's just essentially becomes your letter grade, right? So did you get a 60% or 70% or 80% of A, B, C, D? That's the feedback they were given by the content expert, their teacher. And so at the high school level, that's what they're looking at, which is different than NWA, because this is a normalized, kind of a standard assessment where students are just compared to themselves, but they're compared to every other student who takes this assessment. So that's the difference between NWEA and then our local assessments, which our secondary programs give to offer credit based on, again, the Michigan merit curriculum in each content area. Does that answer the question?
It does, yes.
Okay.
I was at a training and someone from MD made mention that each district defines proficiency. So just wanted to clarify that for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the superintendent's report for the month of February. And I will pass this on back to you, Ms. Hunt, for the consent agenda.
At this time, we will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Support.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, Cheryl. Any deliberation? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to citizens requesting to address the board. We have 8 that have submitted a slip. You still have time to do so. Given the fact that it is not 10, you will each have 5 minutes to share your concerns or to speak. First up is Joni.
Okay, I have a lot to say. I haven't been to several board meetings because I needed to take a break. But the first thing I want to say, because I don't want it to get cut off, is that policy that I've been coming to the board for about 2.5 years now still hasn't been updated. So my daughter didn't get to walk for graduation, and she had a 504 plan that allowed her to walk for graduation, or it allowed her to have extra time. She finished her classes at the end of June, and she was not permitted to walk for graduation because of that policy. I don't have the number in front of me, but those who are working on it know which policy I'm referring to. The next thing I want to address is I want to say that our schools are made up of the students, teachers, and staff. They're the most important people for our schools. Our students love the staff and the teachers. You guys saw with the Montessori school, my daughter was one of them out there. And all the staff and teachers, they're like family to us. It's absolutely amazing. So when we're looking at a budget deficit and we're looking at making cuts, I would highly nudge the administration to look at the efficiency of how they're set up and look at where the low-hanging fruits are. For one is Mr. Beal's second contract, that extra pay that he's getting, and we have someone in place to be doing those duties. Another thing is looking at whether all of the people who are in the administration are actually needed, because that's where the high dollars are. With that being said, I want to point out that selling the building for $1 wasn't actually selling it for $1,001,001. If you sold it for $50,000, you would still have that $1 million available of the bond funds to use, and then you would have $50,000 extra. So in doing that, you had $1 extra. It wasn't sold for $1,000,001. The money that was made from the buildings that were sold could be used towards operational things, but they were chose to be used towards the bond stuff, which we have bond money that can only be spent a certain way. A pool for $13 million, I would look at ways to try to generate some funds from it, open it to the public, charge $5 per visit. That's something that this school is central. The community would love to be able to go swimming, especially an indoor pool during the winter. I know when you said pool, my daughter got super excited, and I had to tell her it's just for the high schoolers. Couple of things that were said about enrichment activities and after-school program. I was informed that my daughter's after-school program is ending due to the budget. So I think that's a misnomer, and my kids have always used the after-school program. When my one daughter was not able to handle that long of a day, I paid $3,000 in tutoring. That's not something that is available to most of this community. I'm still paying it off because I had to take out a loan for it. So those after-school programs are very important. As for the district improvement meetings, I'm interested to know how many board members are present, because if there's more than 3, it has to be a public meeting. And then when I look in the past, I've seen that they've always been public meetings, so that was interesting to me. The other thing was about the suspension data and that it hasn't gone down. And I can tell you that a lot of that is administration issues. I know one family whose son was suspended mid-October, and they didn't get to the meeting to discuss whether he should be suspended or not until in December. He didn't return to school until mid-December. That's out-of-school suspension. I don't know if they counted it because his suspension was improper, but when he returned to school, he had to have recovery credits because he's in high school. He's in his senior year. So he missed out on his classes. He had to make up classes for something that he shouldn't have been suspended. The other thing with suspensions, I'm curious to know how many students are sent to the virtual school instead of being suspended, because that's an option I've seen offered to many, many families. And I'm in the community, families come and talk to me because of my profession. I see that there's someone who does restorative practices that receives a paycheck. And we're talking about behavior interventionists. The kids that I know that get in trouble, they're not doing restorative practices. They get talked to and then they get sent out. It's the same thing. You can't call it restorative practices and then not do restorative practices. I'm trained in restorative practices. I've been trained for a very long time. Trauma informed, I hear that there's training going on, but we have people right here in the community that do that type of training. Why are we paying all this extra money for this training when we have people in the community who train in adverse childhood experiences? It's offered through the nonprofit network. It's offered through Family and Services, restorative practices. There's a nonprofit organization here that does restorative practices, does peace circles, does when there's a disagreement, does that kind of restorative practices. I just see a lot of wasteful money being spent, and I think you guys need to look really hard at those low-hanging fruits. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Joni. Cheryl Vendette.
Good evening, Board. I wanted to speak out in regard to the upcoming resolution on affirming Jackson Public Schools as a welcoming district to all students, which appears to include illegal aliens. The United States allows about 1 million vetted people to enter our country legally each year, which in my mind is both generous and kind. But as much as we all have good hearts and we want to help people, no one country can recklessly take in people by the millions without financially breaking its back and significantly hurting its people. One must also consider the negative economic and future sustenance impact on the country that is losing their citizenry. The harm goes both ways. American citizens can't afford to lose jobs to millions of illegal aliens who are willing to work for almost nothing with government taxpayer subsidies or through our endless taxes to pay the multitude of expenses to support housing, food, medical, scholastic, and daily living requirements. Those who enter our country illegally are breaking the very laws that we have in place now to protect our citizens from the harms noted above, which doesn't even cover the drugs and the violence that we've had to endure. Federal Law Title 8, U.S. Code 1324 III, in regard to bringing in and harboring aliens, reads as follows: knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, conceals, harbors, or shields from detection, or attempts to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection such alien in any place, including any building or any means of of transportation shall be punished as provided in subparagraph B. If you read about the penalties, they are quite substantial, including both fines and years of imprisonment. I believe the intent of this resolution to include illegal aliens, which could unwittingly put the people who sign it in legal jeopardy. Illegal immigration was one of the top reasons that brought out the Jackson County residents and people from across the state to vote in the last election. People and families are angry at being hurt and taken advantage of. Illegal immigration has to be stopped and remedied. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Chris Davis.
Good evening, Board. It's been a couple months since I've been here. I just want to start by saying the meetings that Mr. Patterson was speaking about, I've been in with my kids at Hunt School, and they are very informative and help us understand where we need to help them at home to improve. And thank you, Chris, for clarifying the use of bond dollars versus operational dollars. That's going to be something that I think as we start knocking on doors this spring and summer, it's going to be a huge educational piece that we're going to need to make sure that we are pushing so that people understand the differences there. And speaking of that, as JPS faces some difficult financial decisions, I encourage this new board to thoughtfully review the contract options for the extra duty pay that Superintendent Beal is receiving. I would suggest that this review be conducted by an independent party to ensure accurate options are presented. Mr. Beal, as the leader of this district, I ask you to consider the importance of a teacher in the classroom and whether foregoing your extra duty pay to potentially save even one teacher spot might better support our students. A teacher's presence directly impacts student success. When teachers go beyond their contracts, purchasing classroom supplies, organizing trips to Mackinac, or volunteering for family nights, they do so because they are passionate about student success and they don't get extra duty pay for that. I think it's important to recognize that dedication and to reflect on how we as a district can prioritize students in all financial decisions. And I'd also like to express support for the resolution affirming JPS as a welcome district to all students. Recently, there has been reports of students using the fear of ICE as a form of bullying. And while we know that bullying is an ongoing challenge, we sat in disappointment with how the last board handled bullying within their own ranks. And we are hopeful that this new board will take a stronger leadership role in addressing bullying throughout our school, not only amongst yourself, but throughout our school community. It's important to show the community that supporting a safe and respectful environment for all students is JPS's top priority. Each morning, I notice that there is East Jackson school buses picking up several children within our city limits, dozens, primarily down by the shelter. And that raises some questions about why families are choosing to send their students to other districts and why those districts are accommodating those requests. And so I think addressing some of these concerns can help JPS be the preferred choice for families in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Leticia?
Good evening, Board. My name is Leticia Albarran. I am founder of Jackson Hispanic Heritage Festival and founder of Nuestra Comunidad nonprofit, which translates to our community. It's a nonprofit, excuse me, it's a nonprofit dedicated to the Hispanic Latino community that provides resource allocation and connection in Jackson. I am here to advocate and support the resolution being proposed of JPS being a welcoming district for all students, and these are the reasons why. As one professional colleague to another, we are all in positions of influence. We are all here in these types of positions because of something that fueled us to get us to this point. That can be a variety of aspects. Love for our community, love for advocacy of all students, dedication to accountability and transparency, and many other reasons only each of us know. I firmly believe that this resolution will allow students and families to feel safe and secure by the district they send their children to, and feel an allyship, which is pivotal when you desire involvement from certain communities. Again, as professional colleagues in these types of spaces, we know how ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, can affect a child in the most crucial and critical time of their development and have long-lasting effects long into adulthood. This resolution calls for providing every child with the opportunity to have a chance at a better future, which is the main goal for everyone who is in education. School should be safe for all students, despite their background, without interruption and traumatic experiences. The JPS motto is where community comes together, is it not? And there is no better example of proving that by having a resolution such as this one. As a school board, it is one of many responsibilities to create policies and resolutions that are just and fair to the staff, students, and community as a whole, the community that you all serve as elected board officials. Your motto at its core is about creating and maintaining community for all. With that, everyone has to be acknowledged, seen, advocated for, and protected. I say this from the most sincerest part of my heart. Take a moment to reflect how the passing of this resolution can positively affect the livelihood of many, many people in your district and create safe spaces for parents and students alike to continue to just simply live, such as you and your families do. When I say living, I don't mean just breathing. I mean being able to go to your child's basketball game, their speech debate, swimming meet, things like that. I feel like every child, every parent should feel the accomplishment and pride of seeing their student do those things. We all know being an involved parent is part of the formula for raising and creating independent and contributing members to society. And again, this resolution supports that. You're allowing parents to simply just live. This subject matter is important to the Hispanic Latino community. All we ask for is empathy, which is a trait we teach all our children and loved ones to possess. Because yes, we may all be in the same room, but we all have different experiences and barriers. And what truly makes your motto of where community comes together is when the board is demonstrating that we can meet in the middle together by resolutions like these. Use your influence with an empathy lens. We all are just like you. We have families we love and that we want to be there for too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leticia. Gina Hastings.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about an item that's on the agenda, having youth added to the JPS School Board. I believe that there is value in student voices, but some careful consideration needs to take place. First, students often lack the necessary experience, long-term perspective, and professional expertise required to make complex decisions about budgeting, policies, and curriculum development. School boards must navigate legal, financial, and administrative matters that demand a deep understanding of governance, which students may not yet possess. Second, there is a risk of conflicts of interest. Students may be influenced by their personal experiences or peer pressure rather than making impartial decisions that benefit the entire district. Their perspectives, while valuable, might be too focused on immediate concerns rather than long-term educational strategies. Additionally, student board members may struggle with the demands of their role. Balancing schoolwork, extracurricular activities, and personal responsibilities is already challenging, and adding the weight of board duties could lead to stress and ineffective participation. Ultimately, I do think student voices are important. They can be incorporated through advisory roles, surveys, or student councils, rather than granting them direct decision-making power on a school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. William Hastings?
Oops. My own timer going. Okay, good evening, board. I trust everyone had a very refreshing and renewing President's Day. I'm here tonight primarily to comment on the proposal under discussion items entitled Resolution Affirming JPS as a Welcoming District to All Students, which is quite a bit of a euphemism. So to get down to brass tacks, what this resolution would do is it states pretty clearly, it states that Jackson Public Schools will not provide assistance to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and further resolves, it's demanding that the federal government and DHS honor a previous memorandum versus the current policy under the current administration. So essentially, it's advocating for lawlessness. Now, that might be fun. Yeah, that might be fun. That might be games, and people might be giggling from the cheap seats. But the reality is, and I had a chance to speak briefly with Mr. Leon before the meeting, is that the JPS receives about $4 million in federal funding every year. Now, this is the post-COVID, post-ARPA, post-ESSER number. It's like the baseline number. It's been significantly higher. So in endorsing this policy, as well as in the very ill-fated DEI policy that was passed by this board last fall, not quite the same board because we have new faces, you are directly endangering this federal funding. So $4 million would work out to about $1,000, not quite, but almost $1,000 per student. You are just in the kind of, let's just say, patty cake phases of dealing with a $4 million shortfall. You're going to get down to the nitty gritty, and it's going to be painful for everyone, for every person, because a lot of the ESSER money was spent on new hires to make up for learning loss, et cetera. So it's going to be people who've committed JPS who are going to bear the brunt of that. Very hard stuff. So before you vote on this, I'd think very carefully if you're going to undergo the regimen of dealing with $4 million in budget cuts only to move on to the next $4 million in federal budget cuts, assuming there isn't a, let's just say, judicial or penalty phase of this that would affect all of you as board members personally. If you missed the testimony that was given about May, maybe of last year, by a former federal judge about the legal responsibility of people advocating on school boards for legal acts, you might want to go back and check that out. But the thing is, as the Bible, to paraphrase the Bible, the $4.3 million, that the second $4 million you lose would only be the beginning of sorrows, because that level of budget cuts after a first level of budget cuts would be cutting right down into muscle, cutting right down into bone. That's going to cut right into extracurriculars. It's going to cut into academics. It's going to cut into athletics. It's going to cut into tutoring. It is going to see your student-to-teacher ratios skyrocket. It's going to create huge problems. So I think it's very realistic to think that you're going to see an exodus of students. And if you were to lose even just 5% of your students, each of whom gets approximately about $12,350 in funding, that's another $3 million you'd have to look at. So we've gone from $4 million to $8 million to $11 million in very short order. Which brings us to, and I'm glad Ms. Giannetti was here. is here. Who knows? I don't know. She's here in spirit, which is all I care about. Speaking about the upcoming millage, so as the old saying goes, figures don't lie, but liars figure. But looking at the couple previous votes, so this district came to the voters of this district in 2018 with a huge ask. They asked for $90 million for new buildings and renovations. And they got a huge resounding political endorsement from the public, which went 61% for that millage, 61% for new taxes, okay, new spending, new millage, a huge endorsement of JPS. If we fast forward, however, to the last millage vote that was on the ballot in August of 2024, that passed by only 51%. Big difference between 61% and 51%. If you pursue these policies, if you continue to pursue these policies, you are gravely endangering the likelihood of your proposed millage in passing in August or later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Jeannie Brown.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Now that we have a Department of Government Efficiency that is going through government waste line by line and saving the taxpayers billions, today the total is $110 billion and it keeps going up. They dismantled the USAID, United States Agency for International Development, which paid for DEI in America, schools, and overseas. Do you think we should be paying schools to spread racism and hurt our children? $1 million to advance DEI in suburbia's workplaces. $70 million for DEI musical in Ireland. $47,000 for transgender opera in Colombia. $32,000 for transgender comic books in Peru. $2 million for sex changes in LGBTQ activism in Guatemala. $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Over 100,000 went to feed the Al-Qaeda fighters in Syria. Hundreds of millions to fund the irrigation canals, farming equipment, and fertilizer used to support the heroin production in Afghanistan. Those are just a few. This list goes on and on. We all know that these programs are money laundering schemes, but it ends now. And with 100 more geniuses on the Doge team and people in the Washington district searching on their computers for attorneys, offshore bank accounts, and realtors to sell their houses, it's quite clear what has happened. This isn't going to be settled in the local courts because this is called treason. And we all know what the punishment for that is. So if this school has gotten any funds from USAID, those 100+ men will find it. Don't worry, it went through this channel or that channel. They have all the receipts. They also found that there are 394 million SSI recipients in the United States when our country only has 334 million citizens. They also uncovered over 25 million people ages 100 years and up in SSI database, some older than the Constitution. Also, Tim Burchett states Taliban, who hates America, receives $40 million a week from taxpayers. This isn't hidden news. It is out there on the internet. You are just being told about it because Trump isn't playing anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Avian Johnson.
So
talking about youth representation, but stating that immigrants don't work is an incompetent statement. As statistics show, immigrants significantly contribute to the workforce. Actually, if the U.S. economy would shrink by 434 billion in the event that undocumented immigrants were removed. So anyway, relevant to the school board, not the Taliban. I recently read a novel called The Truth We Hold by Kamala Harris, and it recalls her being a child, and she's sitting in the back of the room while her mother attended meetings and community gatherings, and she wasn't in charge. She wasn't the decision maker, but she watched, she listened, and she understood something that too many in power ignore. The people most impacted by decision should have the voice in making them. And yet here we are, deciding policies that affect students without a single student in this room with the power to speak on the equal footing. So I'm proposing that there's a creation of a student ambassador, a student who will sit with the board, engage in discussion, ask questions, and provide a perspective that has been missing from these conversations for far too long. Michigan law allows this as long as they're not voting. The law states, again, only that student representatives cannot vote. They cannot, but nowhere does it say they cannot speak, they cannot engage, and they cannot help shape the decisions that would define their education. An individual came up here earlier discussing conflicts of interest. Everybody has conflicts of interest. That's why you recuse yourself. She was talking about competency. I don't know if, I know it's a new elected officials. My name is Avion. I'm the youngest person to ever be sworn in on a board in the city of Jackson, so I think I'm more than competent. About managing classes, I go to school actually an hour early to attend jazz band. I take high school courses, but I'm still on a board, and I still show up here every day discussing these issues. And there's no question about my time management or my competency or my ability to be impartial or my ability to follow parliamentarian rules. So anyway, in 2019, a study by the National School Boards Association found that districts with student representation on boards reported a 15% increase in student engagement in school-wide decision-making. These schools also saw a 12% decrease in discipline incidents because when students feel heard, they are more invested in following policies they have a voice in shaping. In Maryland, their student, it's a county, their student member of the board has been an official role since 1978. Over the years, their student representatives have helped pass policies that directly improve student life, including securing $1.2 million in mental health resources and successfully advocating for revised grading policies that make sure there is fairness for all students. New York City, the largest school district in the country, introduced student representatives on its advisory board, and a result were a 2022 report from the NYC Department of Education found that student involvement in governance led to a 20% increase in student trust in their administration. And schools with student input saw higher graduation rates and lower dropout rates compared to those without. So these are not theories, these are facts, these are numbers, and this is proof that when students are giving a seat at the table, schools get better. So I will close with this. I don't want to go back to the story from The Truth We Hold by Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris sat in those rooms as a child, watching decisions being made without her voice, but she did not sit quietly. She learned, she stepped up, and when the time came, she made sure that no one could ignore that, because it does not take a fancy degree or a fancy title to stand up and represent your community. Students deserve representation, we deserve a voice, and if we are not given a seat at the table, we'll bring our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Avion. That concludes our citizens requesting to address the board. At this time on the agenda, we will move toward our discussion items. We have 9 discussion items. I encourage everyone to stay to hear the board discuss these items. First on the agenda is 24-25-48, JHS Summer Painting. Marcus, please.
All right, thank you. So over the last couple of years, sure everyone's noticed that we've gone through and started painting this building, starting with the top floor, 3rd floor. Last year we did the 2nd floor. This year we were looking at skipping the 1st floor and moving to the ground floor, which is a little larger and more visible. However, after discussing at the facility and finance committee meeting, we're looking at limiting the scope or doing it a little differently in light of budget considerations. And we still want to get the work done, but taking a slower approach to it. So we worked with our painters and obtained a quote to start with the hallways and staircases on the ground floor at a price of $39,225, which would be split over both this fiscal year and the next fiscal year's budget, as we've done the last few years. Just for reference, the 2nd and 3rd floors were about $75,000 a floor. So we're looking to still get some of the work done and do it a little bit slower and to help with the budget. So again, no action tonight. This is for discussion. It'll be our recommendation next month to come back to look to paint the hallways on the ground floor.
Any discussion? Any questions? Marilyn?
This comes out of general fund, yes? Yeah.
Correct. This would
okay.
be some of those maintenance costs that.
Okay, thank you.
Keisha?
The condition of the hallways, I don't know if they're, how you describe it based on like maybe a percentage or whatever. I'm not sure how you would do that, but the condition of the hallway, is this something that has to be done? Or can this wait? I'm concerned about the budget cuts. 39,000 is roughly at least one person's salary. And I understand you said we're spreading this out over a couple years, but could this be something that we waited? Because it sounds like this is something that we could do with bond money if we wanted to. No? Okay. But still, could this, what's the condition of the what is it, hallways and stairs?
Yep, the corridors and the stairways. So, part of the reason that we did decide to look into doing this a few years ago is there's a lot of areas in this building that we did touch with the bond, right? And part of that including updating the paint, right? And what we've been doing is trying to go through all the classrooms and the corridors and matching that work to the bond work that was done so the school has a uniform look throughout. Can it wait? It could. We do have to address it at some point. That's going to be the board's decision.
So I'm hearing you say the bond funds that we used were, that we used to update the structure and stuff. We did not use those to paint anything, which is why we can't use bond funds to paint this stuff. Is that correct?
Nope. So if we renovate a space, so for instance, the Welcome Center downstairs, right? So new construction, got new paint. Even this from the media center, we remodeled it. We were allowed to paint it because it was a renovated space.
Okay.
So we weren't renovating the hallways or the classrooms in their footprint. For example, we added furniture, but so we can't use bond dollars to go back and paint those. That's considered just a everyday maintenance item that you would have to do upkeep on your own.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam President, is it a reduction or is it staggering out the rest of the contract for over a longer period of time?
Staggering out, and we're not under contract with the painters, so it's staggering it out. And if this was like the last 2 years, we'd bring a quote to do the entire ground floor, classrooms, stairways, corridors, all of it, right?
Yeah.
So we're just looking at staggering. Instead of doing a floor every year, maybe the ground floor takes 2 summers, and so on. Yeah. So until we can get it, better managed and get a hold on what the future looks like with state budgets and things like that, it made sense at our facility meeting to at least look at continuing the work, but at a slower pace.
Yeah. I had the opportunity to walk through some of the halls with the superintendent this afternoon that were painted by the same contractor. I mean, they do great work, but I hear what you're saying.
Any more discussion? All right. Next discussion item, 24-25-49, bus purchase. Marcus, please.
All right, so as part of our EV bus transition that the district went through over the last few years, we kept just a small bare minimum number of diesel buses for some of our field trips and things that are out of town where there's just not either EV or propane infrastructure to refuel buses if we're going to play games, on the other side of the state or up north or wherever it is. So we do need to have an inventory of the other types of buses to get us around. They are, as they age and need maintenance, we're on a replacement schedule with the bond to continually update our fleet. This would be looking to purchase a used diesel bus like we've done throughout the district. And this is an expense that we were purchasing buses through the bond program. We do have a few extra bond dollars, so this purchase would come out of those bond funds, not the general fund. Again, we're going to be coming next month for a recommendation to approve this. We did discuss this at the facility and finance meeting a couple of weeks ago. So we'd be looking to purchase an off-lease bus from Holland, which would be the same kind of thing we've been doing the last several years.
Any discussion? Trustee Hamilton?
So for clarity, we have extra bond funds. This is an allowable expense under those funds. And we're considering using those funds for this purchase. And we cannot use bond funds for teacher salaries. That's really for the community. I just want to keep reiterating that. Thank you.
If there's no other discussion on that item, we will move forward to 24-25-50, non-unit salary schedule. Jeff and Marcus will give some context.
Yep, we'll go ahead and start. So this is the same salary schedule for the non-unit folks that aren't under a collective bargaining agreement that we typically bring every year. These are 2-year contracts. So last year, the board would have approved salaries for both this year and 25-26. So every year we add that second year on. You can see the schedule in there. These include the same, we'll call them cost of living increases to salary and their annuities. Again, we discussed this in the Finance and Facility Committee meeting, and the total increase for everything for next year is $96,517. So again, no action at this meeting. We'll be coming back next week or next month after discussion to look for approval for this.
And I'm just going to add again, this is it's the same COLA increase that you see across the board, minus a couple of positions that we set very clear targets for. I talked with Ms. Crum specifically and said, I need you to get your admin cert. She achieved that back in November. And so, obviously we're honoring that. Recognizing that there's a budget crisis, recognizing that there's a budget conversation later on this evening, again, I added it to the agenda. We have separation agreements potential for teachers and administrators. We certainly know that there's going to be a need to do a reduction, not just in those areas, but in our non-unit areas as well. I think I've predicted a reduction in my office staff of about $175,000, but that's any opportunity for us to be able to reduce the budget through a buyout or a separation agreement saves those costs in perpetuity, so you don't end up seeing those salaries. I don't know who the cut will be at this time any more than I know who the cut will be as far as teachers or administrators today. I can only talk and we'll get down to that, but I wanted to make certain that everybody understood that, yes, we're making a proposal to recognize the commitments we've already made. But we are also not deaf to the fact that we are going to have to make budget cuts, and so we'll be looking at what that looks like with staffing, coming forward.
Trustee Acton.
So I was just curious, under Success Coach Secondary, it says partial RAG grant funded. So can you just explain, like, what's that mean? Like, how much of the salary is that?
Sure. I don't have the exact figure, but that position is partially grant funded. That is the RAG is a regional assistant grant that's through Title I. The ISD is the fiscal agent, so we're a subrecipient of that through the ISD. I know every year they meet with Julie and Jeremy and some other folks to go over what their plans are for the coming year, receive our allocation, and it gets divvied up. So we're able to fund certain positions, either fully or partially. Again, I don't have the exact breakout for that position, but then the rest of that salary would be funded through the general fund. And again, some of those grant-funded positions, if the grant runs out, then we have to make those decisions if we're able to afford those positions.
So how about the next one? It says 21H is fully funded.
So
What's
21H is that partnership grant that you heard Julie talk about earlier tonight. That's a 3-year grant that we're in year 2 of. So one more year, and then those grant funds will go away and potentially those positions with them.
And then the 31A, what was that again?
31A is a state grant through our MDE. It's 31A, Section 31A, or it helps at-risk students. It helps supplement. It's state supplemental funding to the federal Title I grant.
Okay, and then that 31AA, is that some type of security?
So that's a newer one. That's safety and security
Right.
and mental health
Right, okay.
objectives. Yep.
Okay, super, thank you.
Trustee Hamilton.
Okay, a couple questions for you. And I don't know how many of our community have a packet, so I'm asking this question for that reason. Non-unit salary folks, will you just say again who those folks are?
So that would be anyone not covered by collective bargaining agreements, so not teachers, secretaries, not paras, not TAs. It'd be a lot of the administration and some other positions throughout the district, like those grant-funded positions. They just don't naturally fall into one of those other groups, I guess.
Thank you. And does non-unit, can you all hear him? Okay, because it's low to me, just so you know your voice is low. Are these covered by unions? Is that what non-unit means, that they're not covered by unions, or they are?
Correct.
Okay, so there's no union.
None of these folks are in a bargaining group, which is hence the name non-unit. Everybody has their own individual contracts reflecting this information.
Okay, that answers my question on the other question I would have had. So if you all don't have an agenda, those of you out there, it looks like if we were to vote this in next month, that the increase to the district would be about $96,000, $96,517. And it sounds like Jeff is saying, did you say something in regard to that? I feel like you just said something about that.
Well, we will be right-sizing the budget in an area that we'll be talking about, so I've talked to all of the associations and about what the reductions will look like, and we're taking conversations and comments back and forth. And areas naturally that you'll hear about are, Jeff, we should take a look at non-unit positions. We should take a look at, and much like we've heard tonight, everybody's got ideas about where we should be reducing, and we listen to all of those ideas. It doesn't mean that we can act on every one of them, but do I anticipate that there will be reductions in Reynolds Hall? Without a doubt. Do I anticipate that there'll be reductions in this non-unit? Without a doubt. Now, some of these positions are grant funded, and so they're probably not going to go away this year, but next year, when the grants run out, yeah, you're probably going to see those positions go away, or else the district's going to have a different conversation about, do we spend our general fund dollars to carry those forward? And so those are the tough conversations. So yes, I believe that you will see cuts in those areas. If you ask me today who they are or what positions, I can't answer that. Again, there's a process for that, and we'll have to take a look at how we consolidate those positions, how we consolidate those duties, how we do that moving forward. And any more than I could tell you which administration might be reduced or which teacher might be reduced. Today, I couldn't
Jeff,
get
I think
there.
I think my question got lost. Forgive me. Maybe I wasn't clear, and I'll just rephrase it. And actually, I'll just ask a different one because I think all right. The 2% increases that it sounds like we said we're on a schedule here. So it sounds like this was a promise before, or
So
help me
we've-
understand how that goes.
We've done the 2%, 1%, that COLA raise, that's been the standard for all non-unit administrators for quite some time. That's just a COLA raise.
Okay.
It's
And
your
this is
cost
just
of
the-
living.
So
Yeah.
we do this every couple of years or whatever. this
Actually,
2%.
we kind of do it every year. So as Marcus indicated, the contracts that you're seeing, what you're going to be asked to vote on is going to be into 26, 27, because we've already approved 24, 25, and they have one more year left on their contract, 25, 26.
25, 26 is already approved, or are we voting on
Yes,
that
no,
next
you
month?
voted on that last year.
Okay.
So they always have 2 years in front of them.
Okay. Good
And
to know.
so this is simply talking about that 2 years. Now, that won't apply once the grant funds go away. If grant funds
Right,
go
the
away,
grant
that's a
funding
different
positions.
conversation.
Okay, that makes sense. That's helpful. It doesn't sound like, just for my own sake, clarity's sake, it doesn't sound like we have to approve this next month because we don't have any unions to fight with. And that this is something that will significantly impact our budget. And this is just things that we need to be aware of. Thank you.
Any other discussion? We will move on to 24-25-51, strategic plan. Over the past 4 years of being on the board, I have asked the question, why is it that JPS does not have a strategic plan? The answer often given was, we set goals for the superintendent each year. During my hours of professional development, I came to learn and better understand that there is benefit to having a strategic plan. It is not synonymous to individual goals when overseeing the district. It is a clear and concise roadmap for an organization, for a municipality, for many legislative groups. It defines the long-term goals for our district for a 3 to 5 year period. It is data-based and stakeholder-driven. It tracks our progress and provides a framework for responding to challenges and opportunities, and certainly with the understanding of prioritizing our identified needs. I am entertaining a discussion tonight for the board to consider as we move forward with reimagining what Jackson Public School Board looks like, our district, our goals, transparency, accountability, changing the trajectory of our district, that we reimagine the successful outcomes that a strategic plan could provide. There is a process that would involve implementation of a strategic plan. We do have access to the Michigan Association of School Board, who would be willing to come and facilitate providing understanding about the value of having a strategic plan. Essentially, it will become our focus point. It would be, my hope is that we come to a consensus on this. It will be a standing agenda item so that we could have insight on those updates that are happening monthly. I think that's it for me. Is there any other discussion on strategic plan from the board?
So I'm totally in favor of this. I actually took a course, CBA 251, District Strategic Planning and Goal Setting, and it's a 3 to 5 year plan, and it totally makes sense. We would make sure that the community knew what we were doing, and as a board, it helps us to assess progress towards our priorities. There's benchmarks there. And it just provides a framework by which to solve major problems. And so and it would be open, everyone would see it, and everyone could see where we're going with us, this school board. So I'm totally in favor of implementing this.
Trustee Hamilton?
So this is a question for Jeff, I would imagine. For Jeff, what's been our reason for not having a strategic plan prior to now?
Well, first of all, there's no requirement for having a strategic plan, and JPS has not had a strategic plan, well, period. And part of that reason is because the strategic plan is the direction that the district has taken rests within the superintendent. The board hires the superintendent to enact that vision. It's part of the reason that this district has had such tremendous longevity in their superintendents. I will tell you, the average superintendency in the state of Michigan is less than 3 years. And so when you see opportunity for, when you see boards trust in their superintendent, they tend to stick around longer. This district has had 2 superintendents over 25 years. There's very few districts in the state of Michigan that can manage that. And so, but to Ms. Hunt's conversation, there's a lot of benefits and pros to a strategic plan. We simply haven't, because the board and the district has moved according to, in the last 10 years, 11 years, it's moved in accordance with my leadership. And we meet every year and set the goals specific to what we want to work on based on my evaluation. It's not saying it's right or wrong, it's simply the way we have done things. And again, like I said, there's no legal obligation to do a strategic plan. There's no, it is simply something that's a possibility or an option. You know, Ms. Hunt and I had an opportunity to have a conversation about this last week, and she's not incorrect. It certainly helps provide a transition when superintendents move on. What happens if a superintendent transitions or leaves the district? It provides a roadmap or some guidance for an incoming superintendent so they know which way to go, which way is east. And at the same time, boards hire superintendents based on their vision for the district. So it can go both ways, and there's no, I will tell you, I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer. I will tell you that JPS is not. And the district has benefited tremendously from a sense of security, a sense of longevity within the superintendent ranks. And again, that's not something you can have or see around the county. It's not something you can see around the state. Again, when you see the average superintendency is less than 3 years, that takes a toll on the system, because if you're churning through superintendents, and by the way, when I say the average is less than 3, you consider a lot of folks like me who've been here 11, and you go, okay, well, that means there's a lot of people that are there less than a year or less than 2. It really kind of shifts the balance. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. One more question for you, though. What's the relation of strategic plan to superintendent goals? How would you, identify that? Because I'm hearing you say that because we've had you as a superintendent for, this long time, and supposedly the board is trusting in your leadership, that's one of the reasons why we have chosen not to do a strategic plan. I know that you give your goals each year. Is that one reason why we haven't done strategic plans? Because you've been given goals? What's the relation to goals to strategic plans that has been, the practice or whatever?
Well, what would happen if you were to adopt a strategic plan? And again, it's a process.
So
It's
Jeff,
not
just so you know, I'm not talking about moving forward. I kind of want to understand, backward, was that part of the reason why? Because, the trust in you, is that the goals, kind of like the idea of a strategic plan?
In essence, the superintendent is the direction for the district. Because
you hear me say about superintendent goals, right?
The board hires the superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
You set the goals, we set the goals based on my evaluation. So every year we do an evaluation, and we set those goals based on the direction the board wants me to move or move the district in based on.
So they were never intended to be a strategic plan. That was not the idea. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it depends on how you answer that question, Ms. Hamilton.
Okay, that's good. No, that's just helpful. I just wanted to better understand this. So what I think is interesting and good is that, and this is really for my colleagues here at the board table, we're having these conversations supposedly It's really good if we're having these conversations at the board table so that you all can hear them. If you've been paying attention to the board for any length of time, then you know for a minimum of 4 years since I've been on the board, I've literally been asking about a strategic plan. And one of my conversations that I've had and statements that I've made is that we are like a ship in an ocean without a plan. We have no idea where we're going because we don't have a strategic plan. So if we're having those conversations in silence, or behind closed doors, it's not benefiting you all as a community or us at the board table because we're not sharing that information. But it's good that it's at the board table now. This is a good thing because we do need a strategic plan. Obviously, I would be very much in support of it because, like I said, I've been asking for legit 4 years. But again, I want to see us as a board have direction, and even having a community come in and say, look, this is the direction we want to take our students in. These are the things we want to see. Some of the things I would love for us to see is skilled trades on campus, and some of those things could be talked about in a strategic plan. We could talk about what that looks like or whatever, among other things, right? So absolutely, I would be in support of it. The other thing that I think that we should be more proactive about, and this is why I was asking Jeff about his superintendent goals, is that those superintendent goals, they should be aligning. So if we're thinking about creating a strategic plan, those goals should align with that. We've heretofore operated where Jeff brings his goals to us, and you have newspaper articles where you see me questioning those goals and resisting those goals because they have not been SMARTY. They have not been, measurable and specific and all the different things, because those are the types of things that I talk about, right? But if we're going to create a strategic plan, I feel like we should also be intentional about the goals that he's bringing to the table, and making sure that we are aligning them with a strategic plan as well. Because again, we haven't done that heretofore. We just let him kind of present something, like he said, is based on his evaluation, and all those things are questionable. But regardless, my point is, I definitely think yes to a strategic plan, but we also should couple that with making sure that his goals align with those.
Trustee Simonetti.
So I certainly welcome the education about a strategic plan in the educational realm. I'm not familiar with any strategic plans in education. I know I've requested samples, but I've not seen any. I am familiar with a strategic plan in the healthcare setting, and I think it's helpful. So I would welcome the education and the steps that it would take to look at that. I will say, though, that since Mr. Beal's tenure, the last 11 years, I do not believe that Mr. Beal or this board has ever said no to a strategic plan. That hasn't happened. No one has said no. So I would welcome that piece.
I'll just let you know that for me, it's been, denied each time.
Cheryl, I have, as promised, I will make sure that you get those copies. I have reached out to several surrounding districts, and they have provided me with samples of their strategic plan. So I will distribute that through board correspondence and make sure that we all have the opportunity to look at that. And then just to give you a little bit more context about what it would look like. When we say stakeholders, the community would be a part of this process, right? Because it's not just our vision. We're here to serve our community. So our community will be a part of this process. That MASB individual will come and facilitate a 8 to 5 p.m. retreat where we all have the opportunity to share feedback, ideas, understanding our personal visions, and see how we can come to a consensus on that becoming or evolving into the district's vision. And then the implementation would come back and we would discuss after analysis has been completed. And then we would have to, as a board, approve that strategic plan. So it's not just ideas that we're going to throw out. It is a process that we need to consider. Any other discussion? Moving on to discussion item 24-25-52. Committee of the Whole. Another matter that we have talked about in the past 4 years that I have been here at the table. So the Committee of the Whole is a procedure mechanism used to allow for more informal and efficient discussion or constructive debate on a variety of issues. By discussing and addressing potential concerns beforehand, the Committee of the Whole will help streamline the decision-making process before presenting it to the board at a regularly scheduled meeting for a vote. We still would have to adhere to the Open Meetings Act. Those requirements, we would still give notice. There would be no agenda, no action items at the time that we are meeting as a Committee of the Whole. It would minimize the time spent on individual committee meetings. Currently, we have the Finance Committee, we have the Policy Committee, and so that would give us an opportunity in those settings to bring that information, and again, all of us hearing that information collectively and having that constructive debate. Certainly, we have to take into consideration the feasibility of adding another monthly meeting. So again, looking at our availability, our scheduling, and that for some may be a barrier, but again, something that we would consider if we move forward as a board to discuss the Committee of the Whole. Any other discussion?
Absolutely. So another thing that I've been talking about for 4 years, at the table, you know, here across the mic, so you all could hear me saying it. Another plug for my colleagues. You know, it'd be good to share these discussions with all of us. But I would definitely be in support of a Committee of the Whole. We don't, you might notice at the table, often have productive conversation, and the Committee of the Whole type meeting could allow for that discussion to take place. At least in the previous administration, the push to get out of meetings quickly, keep them down to 1.5 to 2 hours, was very present in a lot of the comments that were being made by that former board president. A Committee of the Whole would allow us to, you know, obviously set some time aside to then discuss all these things without time constraints. The other thing is that we'd all be on the same, be having the same information at the same time. As Ms. Hunt mentioned, the you know, Finance and Facilities Committee, the Policy Committee, like we could decide which of those committees are all a part of that conversation and all, again, be on the same page with this information, allowing for a good, you know, good debate and conversation around that. My biggest concern with the Committee of the Whole is ensuring that we all can come to the meeting. I do work out of town now, you know, all of us have jobs. I think most of us do. And I would not want us to create a time that is a barrier for any of us, because I think it would be important, because if we were to design this, then that essentially says that likely those committees that we sit on would fall into this. And if we're not allowed to, if we're not intentional about making sure that we all can fit into that time, then I think that would be a disservice to us. So I would definitely be in support of it, again, as long as we are intentional about ensuring that everybody's time works.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
So again, I've never been involved in a group that operated with a Committee of the Whole, so I don't have any experience in that. So my assumption, though, is that this committee would work through agenda items. And then if so, it would seem like you would have to do it like in less than a week of this meeting, and just working out the whole logistics of the agenda and having the materials and all of that would be my first question.
I've had some conversations with some of the other board members about how we can get out of this room and out into some of the other schools to engage in more in-depth conversations. I think if we want to refer to it as a Committee of the Whole for that purpose, I think that's great. You know, it's great to be able to be in this room for our official board meetings, have access to all the technology that this room affords us, to be able to broadcast and replay everything on YouTube. That's great. But there were a number of different events last year where we were able to, as a board, get into some of the schools, have some of the principals and administrators take us on a tour of those facilities and engage with some of the teachers and some of the students for that matter. And I think that was really great. I would love to see this become more of that, getting out of more of a formal setting, getting to the schools, once a month to get to a different school, do a tour of that school, talk with the administrators, teachers, maybe some of the students, and work on some of the issues. And heck, if we can take some of the discussion items off of this agenda and put it onto that and balance out some of the time in some of the meetings, I think that might be great. And I've seen kind of committees of the whole work on some of the longer term items that come up for discussion. Frankly, some of the other school districts have their committee of the whole be like their bond committee, where they meet to talk about some of the long term aspects of their bond campaigns and that stuff. So certainly in support of it. How we would set it up and what that work would look like, I think is a discussion of the board, but I'd support something along this line.
So, another school district does this, and he said it worked out really well. And I would be real in favor of this, to be able to have more discussion time.
Thank you.
I would also be hugely in favor of this. I think the more time to discuss and reflect on what others have to say, the better. You can make more informed decisions and make better decisions for everyone on the whole when it comes time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
The more, the better. Simple. The more discussions, obviously, is for the betterment of JPS. So I'm in favor.
And again, I'm pleased to hear the support. I know today is not an action item, but it's good to know that we all want better. We want more, and we want to achieve a higher level of growth for our district. So looking forward to this coming back next month for action. There's no more discussion. We'll move on to the next discussion item, 24-25-53, the MASB Spring Institute, the Michigan Association of School Board Institute, is taking place May 2nd through the 4th in Mackinac Island. Currently, Maryland has agreed to represent this board. I will be representing as a board of directors for the MASB. I will be attending as well. Really just wanted to bring that to the focus because I think it's important when we go to these training opportunities. Not only does it give us common language, but it fosters that shared understanding. We're all receiving the same information by the same people, trained facilitators, and with that information, we are able to engage in those rich dialogues for our district. There is opportunity for someone else from the board to go. So if that is the case, please reach out to Michelle for interest. My goal as the president, I think, is value that we as a board achieve at least the level 1 certification. There are 9 different CBA courses that we are able to take, and the basic governance, how parliamentary procedures are conducted. I think there's value in all of us understanding what we're doing, what we were elected to do, and those classes will provide that information for us. Any discussion?
Yes. Help me understand, representing the board, what does that mean?
Would you like to go? It's
No, I
really,
just want to understand what that means.
Yep, just going just from the district. There's normally, when we go to those institutes, there are individuals, trustees that go, not the whole board that goes. We are all able to go. But I just said, because no one is talking about it, I wanted to bring it to the forefront, not just as an announcement, but to encourage participation.
Okay, because I think the process has been that Michelle sends us an email, or we send her one when we hear about it, and she lets us know that, MASB's, the registration is open. The representation through me, because I'm like, when did we decide that only a couple people can go? But I appreciate you clarifying that any of us that want to go can go. So thank you for that. I do have a question though. Board development, I'm really wondering around budget cuts, and this might be for you, Jeff. When we have budget cuts looming, is this the first time that this district has done that? Has had budget cuts looming like this?
No,
Okay, that answers me. Just to know it's good. Because the next question is what I really want to get to. In the past, when we've had budget cuts, was there any type of discussion around professional development? Is there like a, we're going to limit it or not? Like, I just want to know if that's been a thing or not.
So with regard to the board?
Nope, not the board, just in general.
So we pay for our professional development through Title II grants. So those dollars are, the professional development is grant funded. So
Okay.
the answer to that question is probably no. We're required by law to provide 5 days of professional development. So we have to do that anyway. That's guaranteed what we're going to do. Now we can divvy up how much it costs or what we use or if we're bringing in a speaker, et cetera. But those are all grant funded dollars. So they have to be approved in the consolidated app.
That's good. Good to know. I just was wondering because, again, not again, but I also do highly support MASB for different reasons, not maybe all the same reasons. But I do support us attending those meetings. But I also wanted to know, as good stewards of our resources, should we be considering, how many of us, how much money we're using for board development? Just in general, I just wanted to know that. But I'm glad that you also, Ms. Hunt, clarified that any of us can go. I think that's important, because I do think we should go. Thank you.
Just a real quick follow-up. We budget about $12,000 every year for board trainings. And so right now, there's approximately, a little over 6,000 in the account, and that covers, it's 2,500 for this conference. And so that'll cover about 2.5, and Ms. Hunt gets a discount. Her conference is paid for because she's a board of directors. So that's how we got funds. What I would recommend is if you're going to have this conversation, it's a great one to have. Take a look at next year when we talk about the budget and go, okay, we've got 12,000 in the fund. How do we want to spend it? Because again, not everybody can do everything. I mean, if we try to send everybody to this particular conference at $2,500 a piece, we would more than spend our allotted budget for board. We can set that budget, but we need to understand kind of what that would be. And again, my thought is, hey, look, if we've got $2,000 or $2,500 per person, how do you want to spend it? And at the end, when we get down to this conference is in May, if there's dollars left over, how do we want to allocate those dollars? That's a perfect conversation. Great lead in. Thank you very much.
Yep. One last question. Michelle, I didn't miss an email about that, did I?
MASB sent it out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Discussion item 24-25-54, youth representation at board meetings. I'll begin. No discussion so far? Go ahead.
I'm in favor of having student representation at board meetings. I think the more that we can elevate student voice, the more authentic we can make our discussions around what they are actually experiencing in their day-to-day lives in the classrooms that we're serving. Elevating student voice is well-researched and positive outcomes for student achievement. I won't mention them all, but there's many. The thing that I want to make sure that we talk about is that these things only really matter and only are impactful if it's authentic representation. So there will be some logistics involved in what this looks like. As Avian said, Michigan law says that students can be on a board, but they cannot vote. So we need to make sure that when we put this in place that it's it's meaningful. So just a couple of things to make sure that we as board members are putting into place some guardrails for how this works and how we truly and authentically honor student insight.
Trustee Hamilton?
Was that the, so Elena, did you put this on the agenda? Is that the like the summary that you wanted to give us, or was there something more? Was there a summary for this, or was it just?
I have additional information. Is
Yeah,
that
I'd like
what
to
you-
hear it,
Okay.
'cause it
Yeah.
might
So
answer my questions.
basically, as many of you know, I am an advocate for youth voices, and as I was researching the validity of this request, yes, Michigan legally allows student representation at school boards, but again, they are not allowed to vote. Students, however, they bring to us their valid opinions, knowledge, ideas, and experiences for day to day. As a board, we have this 50-foot view. So we see things from this high level. We're looking down and trusting our our building administrators to provide that information back up to us so that we can consider that information for developing and creating policies. In addition to that, they also have an ear and eyes to their peers, right? What they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, the attitudes, the culture, the climate. I think the issue came up about, or it was made mention about bullying. They're in those spaces where they are, if not on the receiving end of bullying, or witnessing other students that have been bullied. And that's just an example to use in this moment. The bottom line is students on school boards can help schools save money with helping us understand initiatives that we should consider to provide to our individual buildings. They also have a relationship with teachers that we as board members do not have. We strive to connect with our cabinet, with our teachers, administrators, faculty, staff. However, their day-to-day 6 hours is spent connecting and building those relationships with those adults in their lives. I think it's important that we have some consideration to hear what our youth have to say. This is their education. Everyone represented here today have achieved many different titles and initials after their names, but these are students that are aspiring to be great, to change their environment. And if we don't take the time to listen, I think we're failing them. So I am in strong support of student representation. Trustee Hamilton?
Yes. So another thing that I've been promoting for 4 years. Some questions, though, or some comments about this. Obviously, yes, I would absolutely be in support of student voices at the board table. Like I said, I've been advocating for this out loud for 4 years. You all have heard me say that, say this. But the thing I think would be beneficial to the board is to consider some different models that are out there. You know, after just 5 years on the board, this is the 5th year for me, sitting through some MASB classes. You know, I've heard numerous examples around student representation on boards because, again, it's been an interest of mine. Same thing for the strategic plan, same thing for the committee of the whole. You know, you sit in those meetings and you're listening to other school board members from across the nation, and ideally, you're getting ideas. That's kind of part of the idea of why we go to these meetings, so that we can then bring that information back. So, you know, it's surprising if we're new to this information. But regardless, I have heard several different models that are out there, and some of the questions that I would love. One, I don't want us to get bogged down in the details too much, but I also don't want us to rush into creating this without examining what this could look like so that we can, as Elena mentioned, have authentic engagement with our students. So some of the questions that I would want us to make sure that we are asking is, how are we choosing which students would represent, which students would be sitting as advisors to the board, or whatever we and choose to call it at some point. You know, are we assigning different board members, different communities or schools across the nation that do this? They sometimes have one board member that's assigned to these students so that they can then help them with the parliamentary stuff and just all the things, like, all the things that that could be beneficial, kind of like a mentor to these students. Another thing that I would love for us to ensure is that, again, how are they chosen? And then we're ensuring that this is available to all students. I don't want us just choosing from AP students, you know what I mean? I would love to make sure that all students are being given this opportunity. And then another thing I think that would be really beneficial, because again, like I said, I've been thinking about this for the past 4 years, is how are we tying this potentially to their civics and their history classes? You know what I mean? How are we giving them credits for serving on the board? Because I think that would be an incentive. And then obviously there's some partnership with the history department potentially, but different schools do this across the nation. And I think it's obviously a huge opportunity. But I would love for us to ensure that whatever we end up doing, that we put the due diligence in to ensure that it's impactful, that it's effective, and that, again, very much important to me, that this is just not open to those students who are going to say what we want them to say. We want to be able to hear from everybody, and so we want to make sure that's open to all the students. So those are some of the thoughts that I have. So obviously, yes, I'm in full support, but I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence to ensure that it's effective and impactful. And I think some different models will be really helpful, perhaps next month.
Thank you. Trustee Simonetti?
So obviously, everything that we do revolves around students, and student voice is important. We were presented with a proposal from a student that I have some issues with that I would like to voice. So the first one was that the student would be appointed by the board president. We were all elected by our constituents, and if we put a student here, I would like to see that student elected by their constituents. I don't think, nothing personal to you, Ms. Hunt, but I don't know how a board president knows the student body to be able to appoint a representative. And certainly not a self-appointed person. It was suggested that it be a 4-year term. I definitely do not agree with a 4-year term. I think all means all, and everyone should have an opportunity to participate in the process. And then also, as far as, providing comments and discussion and all that, but it was suggested that the student be allowed to make motions. And I don't agree with that. I don't know if you're a non-voting member, how you could make motions. It would be like any one of you in the public making a motion that we would have to vote on, so I would not agree with that. I think it needs a lot of legwork to develop, but I think it has potential.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
So I agree with Cheryl. I think her ideas are valid. I just was thinking there would be a real rigorous selection process, and that all of us would have to agree with it. So it could even be like they'd have to write something, composition or something. Yeah, presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dobies?
Superintendent Beal, do we have student councils at Parkside and J High? Are they staffed by like a teacher or there's an advisor? Mm-hmm. I am a fan of student engagement. Probably most of us were engaged growing up in our educational systems. I was on the student council, executive board, student senate in college, so on and so forth. And big proponent of student engagement. I think that I have concerns about appointing an individual ambassador and the limiting the student voice to one individual that's arbitrarily selected by 4 of us up here. I know there's more than that, but that's what it takes to get a majority. And that's not to diminish anybody's voice or try to dissuade them from giving input to this board, because I think the most important table that we have here is that one. And the tables that we all join in our communities. I always say that, these are business meetings. These are probably some of the worst opportunities for engagement directly with the students, with the staff, with the administrators. But I do think that the board can do more to engage with the student population itself. Frankly, I think because we have student councils and student governments already that exist at the high schools and middle schools, it would behoove us to take advantage of those. Since they already have advisors, we should go to them. They're already elected, they're already chosen by their peers within their school systems. And if we're having committee of the whole meetings and engaging in loose dialogue, maybe one of those meetings we can set up and go to those student bodies and listen to them on a somewhat frequent basis, and incorporate that feedback into whatever policy or administrative decisions we want to make. But I think going to them ensures that it's not ensures that it's authentic, that we're not appointing a token student to be here and for the visibility or aesthetics of it, but that we're actually going into the schools, meeting with those student bodies and listening to them. So I would encourage us to consider something like that, and maybe engage in them with some meaningful, in a meaningful way, whether asking those student bodies to give a state of the students report or something like that, and giving those student governments a project to work on, I think would be an impactful way to do it, in my opinion.
I 100% agree with Derek. Myself was part of, when I was studying at MSU, I was representing business school. So I think you're 100% right on this. We need to go to them, sit in their meetings and listen to them. The first thing as a board members, we got to do is listen to those guys. Like at Parkside, they do have student council, and Jackson High, I'm pretty sure they have student government here. So yeah, one of those meetings, just us showing up there means a lot for them and means a lot for us.
Point of information, board president. I think it sounds like we might have maybe two different conversations going on, but help me understand if we do or don't. I realize that we did get some email. Some of us got an email around a proposal for representation or of some sort at the board. Is this related to that, or was this separate from that? This on the agenda tonight?
This is related to that.
Okay, so this was directly related to that, and we were looking at using that structure that they were presented, or no?
This was related to that email and presented to the board for discussion.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay,
Mhm.
that's helpful, because I thought that we weren't discussing that, but that's very helpful to understand that. But again, we are not deciding on any of the structure right now. That's not per se the structure that we've decided that's what it's going to be at any point. At this point, anyways.
We're not making a decision tonight. Really just wanted to hear from each board member.
Okay.
Are you
For, against, or how?
For, yeah.
Yeah,
Are
thank
you
you.
in support of it?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I'd move that we take a brief recess. 5 minutes.
Anybody support?
Support.
At this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you all for continuing to stay. We are going to reconvene. Believe everyone is back. All right. Discussion item 24-25. Nope. Yes. 25-55. Resolution affirming JPS as a welcoming district to all students. I think it's important to explicitly state that JPS remains steadfast in its commitment to safeguard our students and ensuring their privacy. All students have a right to experience a welcoming and safe learning environment where they thrive, feel psychologically safe, emotionally safe, and able to internalize the information that they are learning from their instructors. We currently have our EOP, where emergency operation procedures in place that directly aligns with how we handle a situation if ever faced. Want to be clear that we do understand that there is law that we need to abide by, and because of that law, we have an obligation to ensure the safety of all students. Any discussion?
Absolutely. So when I put this on the agenda a week or so ago, it was because I had been listening to my community. Today, there was a protest in front of Representative Wahlberg's office. The title of it was Protect the Department of Education to Safeguard America's Democracy. Several of us, myself, there was a letter that went around from school board members across the state of Michigan who signed on to this letter, which we delivered to Representative Wahlberg's office this afternoon. Again, the title of that being Protect the Department of Education to Safeguard America's Democracy. Myself, I signed on along with about 70 other school board members from across the state of Michigan. Ms. Hunt signed on to that. I was told Derek Doby signed on to that, and Elena Sharp also signed on to that. In that letter, it again talks about the Department of Education's attempts to be rolled back, to be dismantled, and the push for the community's push to, Rep. Wahlberg to protect the Department of Education, to protect the civil rights that are listed in the Department of Education, and do his duty to protect education. So again, like I said, when I put this on the agenda a couple weeks ago, it was because I was listening to my community. Many of you all, you've been following me long enough, you heard me say those closest to the problem are closest to the solution, but furthest from the resources and power. I really do believe that when we come together as a community, it looks like us coming together as a community. The concerns that impact me as an African-American woman don't always impact my white sisters that are sitting, in spaces. But, the concerns that impact my biracial child, I have 6 of them that sit at JPS, they don't always reflect the concerns of our immigrant communities, right? But as a district that is coming together, protecting all of us should be important to us. So like I said, I've been listening to the immigrant community and our brown brothers and sisters because I'm not, a member of the community that would be impacted by the concern that this resolution addresses. Yet, what I do is I believe in coming together as a community. I believe in listening to the concerns that they have and recognizing that as we were out there protesting to Rep. Wahlberg because he has the power in the position that he's in to at least vote in a way that ensures that democracy is protected, we here at this board table also have that power here for Jackson Public Schools. So you all have followed me long enough, some of you, to know that I usually don't come to the table without facts and data and information, so that I can make sure that what I'm presenting is appropriate. As Ms. Hunt just stated, we have these EOPs, emergency operating procedures. Now, some of you all who may be familiar with what emergency operating procedures are, a lot of times they are protected information because, for example, if we had a school shooter, we wouldn't want them to know the schematics of the building, right? We don't want them to know how we are, how our building's set up, so we might protect that information. A community that's coming together and affirming and ensuring individuals in our community who are a part of us that, hey, look, we have your back. That should not be protected information, right? It should be information that's easily had. So when I'm listening to my community, and I say my, because when you truly believe that we are all one, when you recognize that we are interdependent of each other, then you recognize that it's my community. Just like I'm impacted by things and I need you all to come and speak up for me at times, and people and the issues that are concerning directly to me, this community, they need us to speak up at times. So when I'm listening to them, some of the concerns that they have, and Leticia, the chair, president of, I'm gonna get it wrong, but the Hispanic Festival in our community, I'm gonna have to say it the English way, but the chair and president of executive director of that organization, she said it very well. This is important to that community. So I've been, like I said, doing my due diligence to ensure that I am bringing forward accurate information and accurate concerns. And over 60 families I'm in contact with through their leader have said, hey, look, this is a concern for us. We want to know that when we send our babies to school, that we are gonna be protected. Now, this is the thing. The goal for me with this resolution is that we address the specific need of this community. I'm not so much concerned about wording as I am around impact, right? So if a resolution affirming JPS as a welcoming district to all students is something that this board couldn't get around, I do hope that they can get around the concern, and that is that our immigrant community recognizes and understands and knows and is assured of the EOP procedures that we may or may not have that says we are going to protect you as much as we can, right? We all know, as law-abiding citizens who are sitting at this table, we all are concerned about ensuring that we obey the law. So if the law, since the law says that we do have some jurisdiction, we do have some options, we do have some say over how we do or don't protect our immigrant community, that's what I'm hoping that this board will do. That we will recognize that unless we have a warrant that's signed by a federal or state judge, that's not just an administrator of ICE, but that is signed by a state judge or a federal judge, at that point, when we have to obey, that's when we obey. But until that point, up until that point, you're safe here. If that's what our community needs, and that's what I'm hearing our community needs, they need to know that they're going to be safe when their babies come to school. They need to know that they don't have to take drastic measures here, very soon in the near future to stop coming to school. I appreciate even Leticia mentioning that, the ability to live, to be able to come to to their students' events and to feel safe enough to come to those events. I hadn't considered that, because again, that's not part of my own concerns, right? But I appreciate her saying that, because if that's what we need to, when we do that, we are protecting all those things. So again, my concern with this resolution, one is that we pass it, but two, that we don't get stuck on the words and this, et cetera, but that we focus on the need, and that need, if I'm hearing correctly, which I think I am, is that they be assured that they will be protected as much as they can be protected. And right now, the law says without a warrant that's signed by a federal or state judge, up until that point, we have some say so. And so that's what I'm hoping that this board will consider and then choose to pass next month when we come back.
Thank you, Trustee Hamilton. Any other discussion?
Yes. So first, when you look at the title of this resolution, being a welcoming district, it immediately implies that we are not welcoming. I believe that we have the policies in place to cover these issues. And on this document that we have, there are a few areas that I have concerns about. And I think you do have to get stuck on the words, because this document says Jackson Public Schools will not provide assistance to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the enforcement of federal civil immigration law. I would not pass something that is telling our staff to break the law and to not comply. I don't agree with that at all. And so I'm not sure what benefit this resolution does for us, and I'm more concerned about the unintended consequences. The last two paragraphs I have concerns about, that establishing policies appropriate that reflect the commitment of JPS, I think that's already done. And then to set a time frame that in the next 60 days, the superintendent shall ABC, I mean, what if he doesn't? And what I don't agree with that last paragraph that is dictating what the superintendent and the district will do in a given time frame. So I believe we are welcoming. I don't know what signing this resolution is going to do for us. And I have issues with the document.
Thank you, Trustee Simonetti. Trustee Acton, please.
So words have meanings, and I believe that we are a welcoming school district. So I just want to, I have an issue exactly with what Ms. Simonetti was talking about. I even underlined it. The very last paragraph where it says, "Be it further resolved, the board advocates for the continued implementation of the Department of Homeland Security issued memorandum titled Guidelines for Enforcement Actions in or Near Protected Areas," which as of October 2021 instructs officers to refrain from taking enforcement actions at or near locations or protected areas. So what happened January 20th of 2025 is the Trump administration rescinded this. They updated designated sensitive areas and issued a new directive. So this is wrong. And so on February 11th from the MASB, we were given an immigration guide. It was an updated one from February 6, 2025, from the National School Board Association. And this is where I'm getting some of this information. So some of this has to be updated. The third paragraph, that's no longer true. And then I really have to talk about Superintendent Beal in the last two paragraphs. He did address a lot of these things already. It was an email dated to us January 29th of 2025. And he did talk about the EOPs all being implemented. We were shown what they were, but of course, as Keisha was saying, it's not to be, Keisha was not to give it to people because, we have to keep that, no one should know that. But the last paragraph also, I think that again has already been taken care of through an email that we received. And I just wanted to reiterate that the U.S. Supreme Court's landmark decision in Plyler versus Doe established the principle that undocumented children have the constitutional right under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to receive a free public education from kindergarten to the 12th grade. It's a constitutional mandate that must be adhered to by all schools, regardless of community sentiment or political positions. So ICE is in itself a law enforcement agency, and we need to follow our board policies and our EOP procedures in dealing with, these things. And ICE agents do need a specific type of warrant or express permission to enter areas that are not usually open to the public. And that, again, they need a judicial warrant. A judicial warrant's issued by a judge. Both state and federal judges can sign off on judicial warrants. So that I'm not opposed to a resolution. I just think it needs to be accurate. And Leticia, thank you so much. I thought what you said was wonderful, and I got your heart, and I'm with you on this whole thing, so thank you.
I just want to say that this is really closely aligned with a document from the National Education Association called a safe zone resolution, where it takes some of the wording that we're finding some concern with and addresses some of that, including things like some frequently asked questions such as, can I refuse directives from law enforcement? No. A safe zone resolution does not provide immunity should you decline to obey directives from law enforcement. So I'm wondering if we can find some common ground on both sending a message, not for us, but for our community, that I'm all for telling if we need to say that you're welcome as many times as we need to say it. Like, I want to say it because I want students to feel like they're safe, and they can't learn until they feel safe, period, end of story. So if that's what we need to do, that's what I want to do. If we need to call it a safe zone resolution so that we're all comfortable with the wording, but the sentiment is still there, I think that's something that we could do. I'd be happy to share this with anyone who wants it.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Yes.
Yes. Were you gonna go there?
Yeah.
No. No? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to mention that we are not a welcoming district. So again, the importance to me of this resolution, when I say not getting caught up in the wording, is around the whole, like I said, welcoming. Elena just mentioned a safe zone, whatever it needs to be called. As long as the meat of it is there. And so part of that is in just being able to fully read the proposal, the resolution that's been presented. And, this, now if you all have copies of it, you'll see that the fifth paragraph does state that we will not provide, it says now therefore, is the first now therefore sentence, be it resolved, JPS will not provide assistance to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And at the very bottom of that sentence, that paragraph rather, it says, except in the rare instance in which JPS is provided with a valid warrant. So again, not getting caught up in, wording that doesn't matter, but absolutely we want to read fully what's been put in there over the time that we've been allotted. We got this on Friday at minimum, and today's Tuesday. And then, not give a partial statement that then, could help invoke fear or whatever else, or incompetence or something in the community. But yeah, the proposal is, the resolution is designed to, again, at the point that we have to obey, and Marilyn, you shared a little bit of this information with law, because there is a warrant, absolutely. None of us are trying to break the law, but up until that point. And I want to address as well, we are not a welcoming district. The concern, and this is why I live by this statement, that those closest to the problem are closest to the solution, but often furthest from the resources and power. If I come to you as a person and say, I don't feel welcome in this space, then you have to believe what I'm saying. Now, you can choose not to. You can continue to say it's welcoming, it's welcoming, it's welcoming. But if I'm telling you that's not what I'm feeling from this space, and if I, sitting in this space as a decision maker, want to fully represent your concerns and your needs, then I probably should be paying attention to what you're saying and actually believing you. Now, I get that, it can be painful for us to hear that, hey, I don't feel welcome here. I get that. Sometimes it can be painful when we have constructive criticism laid at our feet. But again, sitting in this space, one, you've got to be able to take the heat or else get out the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, again, because you're representing this district, take the heat or else get out the kitchen. You know what I mean? So if they're not feeling welcome, then we want to make sure that we are changing our ways so that you then do feel welcome. The last thing that I'll mention is that If you're not addressing this community, then it's not. Yeah. If again, as Ms. Hunt already mentioned, we have these EOPs, emergency operating procedures, that we have, and as mentioned as well by Cheryl here, that it's the 60-day thing. So Ms. Hunt mentioned that we have operating procedures around this already. Currently, we have a plan, right? So the 60-day issue would be really null and void because we have a current plan. Okay, that could then be just created into a policy at the passing of this resolution. The concern for this community is the no. We know, you don't know. That doesn't give me any safety if I'm on that side of the table and have absolutely no idea what's happening to me or my child when I come to the school. And again, that's why I talked about the schematics that most EOPs that are, you don't want to have anybody know about what that EOP plan is because you're trying to protect some protected information that, somebody else who could harm us could get a hold to. Knowing that you're going to be safe is not protected information. So us knowing what's going on or what the plan that we have does not help this community that does not feel welcome. So I just want to highlight that again, I hope that we don't get caught up in the wording. Yes, if we need to change it to safe zone, by all means. But let's make sure that we understand the meat of it, that one, we're not saying that we're not going to disobey a law or a judicially signed, who said that? Judicially signed warrant, but that we are also going to protect this community and we're going to let them know this is what we're doing.
Thank you, Trustee Hamilton. Trustee Dobies, please.
I just had a question for Trustee Hamilton. You said we got this on Friday. Was that it was sent to the whole board, or did someone send it to you?
So this, our board packet, actually, I think got what? Michelle, when did you send that? Was that Wednesday? Was it Thursday? When did we get it? It was in the board packet. Okay, Friday. Thank you. That's what it was. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
It was in the board packet.
Yeah, I didn't know if that meant that like someone else had drafted this and sent it to you. I appreciate the clarification. And I'll echo the comments made to Leticia for her work in the community. When I was mayor, we during COVID, a lot of people were struggling, and we did a food box program called Farmers to Families. It was put in place by the USDA. Ironic, one of the departments that is subject to cuts that actually is helping to feed our students now. But as we were passing out those food boxes, we recognized a large number of families that didn't want to share their information, didn't want to share their names, those that would come and grab boxes for others in the community. I think because of the same sort of fear that we're seeing now and the same sort of discussion that we're having of people not wanting to give their information to government actors that are trying to help in a really challenging time for families and more specifically for our immigrant population out of fear of what might happen. So I can totally understand the concern and the need to express through in a compassionate way the steps that we are taking for those families that may feel some of the same fears right now. I will echo some of the comments about the resolution in particular. I do think words matter. To maybe save some of the discussion for the next conversation if we pick this up again, I think the 5th paragraph talking about a valid warrant. Frankly, I think words matter because my reading of this would make this would cause our processes to be less protective than they actually currently are. There's a difference between administrative warrants and judicial warrants. My understanding is that we currently ask for judicial warrants. So a lawyer would probably read this and read valid warrant to include an administrative warrant, which is a warrant that is administratively approved within immigration and custom enforcement. So I do think words matter. I also think that syntax matters. Take a look at the 5th paragraph. It says, now therefore be it resolved, Jackson Public Schools will not provide assistance to the U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement in the enforcement of federal civil immigration law, period. That is not a comma, it's a period. I think that the second sentence following that ICE won't be permitted on facilities, properties, personnel, students, except in instances of a valid warrant, which could be read as an administrative or judicial warrant. That is a separate sentence talking about access to facilities. The first sentence still holding true that even if someone, I'm just thinking of the teachers, if we give access to any law enforcement entity, ICE included, with a valid judicial warrant, in this case, we would be directing the administration to not provide any assistance, even in the course of executing that warrant, opening doors. I mean, I could see a lot of different concerns that administrators, educators, those that work within our schools could have in trying to interpret the intent of this. Having said all that, I do think that us communicating about our processes and procedures to the extent that we can is important to show that we are a welcoming, accepting, inclusive school system. Community is important. Immigration status set aside, I think that that is important for individuals to know, all parents alike, that if someone tries to get on a bus in a uniform, that they're not just going to be allowed access to that bus, because people are weird, and people will try to gain access. And frankly, I'm pretty impressed when I read the EOPs about the steps that this district has already taken and has already thought through to basically elevate all of those cases, almost from bus drivers to school administrators to anyone that's trying to gain access to our students, to our school buildings, basically almost in every case, all the way up to the superintendent directly. It made me feel comfortable and confident as a parent, as a school board member, and I think that us talking about that, and maybe not necessarily through a resolution, but again, like some of the conversations that we've had before, going to the community and engaging in like a conversation and talking about some of the concerns that are there and coming to you probably is the most impactful thing that we can do, more so than debating the syntax on a resolution, but hearing directly from you guys and then going and talking to the community about that, and in a, I think, productive way, talking about our EOP and our processes. So that's what I have to say on that.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So just a couple things, not necessarily specific to this resolution. All right, this is a position statement for the board. We have policy in place, and this doesn't propose to amend any of our policies. I'm going to share this out there because I think it's important to know. No law enforcement agent, no matter what, we've got a great relationship with local law enforcement, with state law enforcement. No law enforcement agent is allowed access to our students without a judicial warrant. We already have processes in place, and we have done a lot of training around that. I will tell you, because it's, I can't predict this. Back when we had the first term, there were safe zones, if you will, that were considered, and And we reached out to ICE back then, and we had conversations, and we were assured that ICE is not coming to our schools. We've reached out to ICE again in recent weeks, and I can't promise you that. What I can tell you is that in no school in the United States has this happened. We have, as a district, reached out to our students, to their families. Just kind of share a real quick statistic because it's really important so that people can understand we're working very hard, and there's not a lot I can do to say I'm going to make everybody feel safe with regards to ICE or if law enforcement can come in. I can't promise you that they won't. I can't break the law if they do. But in October, when I looked at our Hispanic community, our Latinx community, we had an 89% attendance rate. So in other words, on any given day, 89% of our community was in attendance. And in January, 87% of our community was in attendance. And you're going, well, Jeff, that's a 2% drop. Real quick, just kind of put that in perspective. That's about 5 students, and those students didn't stop coming to school. It's flu season, so they missed more days and on, but they were still coming to school. Now, we have reached out, and one of the things we've done is our parent liaisons in every building have been communicating. Our EL staff have been communicating. Kelly's office has been communicating with the parents of our students about what we're doing to try to help them and make certain that folks feel comfortable and welcome and safe when they're here. And I recognize it's a very uncertain time, and I am not unempathetic to that. So please understand that we do take this very seriously. I try not to give everything away in our EOP because, candidly, we're planning for when it's a subsecretary during lunch and the building principal's not in the building. It's not going to happen at a convenient time. It's going to happen when we have the least trained staff there. And I don't want to create a false sense of security. I don't want to promise something we can't deliver. I don't want people to go, well, Jeff said we're going to be safe. When I can't promise that. If they come with a judicial warrant, there's not much we can do. And I cannot encourage our staff to break the law. They would be held responsible for obstruction of justice if they do that. We've consulted with lots of lawyers. We've been to trainings on this ourselves. So I want to make certain that the people in our community do understand we are actively having this conversation and have been for months now. And we're working with our students and our parents to make certain that they understand what we do. I don't want to create confusion, though, for our staff. And so when we talk about words matter, I don't want our staff to interpret this, and to Derek's point on the syntax, that we will not cooperate. Well, hold still, because we all have political differences out there, and you might find somebody that says we will not cooperate means I'm going to put I can't encourage somebody to break the law, and they would be held criminally liable. So I can't promise that we should do that. What I will tell you is that there's a process to make certain that nobody comes into our building without that judicial warrant. I wish I had more that I could offer you on this one. I wish I could tell you that ICE isn't going to come. I can't. And I've talked with Chris Simpson. I've talked with local law enforcement. I've talked with our county, our state. And this is the same process that we did back in 2016. We've been through this before. What I can tell you is we work very hard to communicate with our staff and our students and our parents. And it's not just me saying it into a microphone. Again, our parent liaisons are going out. Our EL folks are going out. And again, like I said, Kelly's office has been doing quite a bit to help message us. And we've seen the results. We're not seeing massive absenteeism. We're not seeing folks staying home or avoiding coming to school because of this. But we're not tone deaf to the fact that these concerns are very real to our community. So I share that with you as much as I can.
Thank you, Jeff. Any more discussion on this item? Hearing none, we will move forward with 24-25-56, our 2025-26 budget update. Jeff, want to start this conversation for us, please?
Yep, I will. All right. Lots of questions. We call this, I've heard it called 100 different things. I've heard it called financial crisis. I've heard it called we're broke and we're out of money. And I've heard it called fiscal mismanagement. I've heard it called a dozen different things. Let me be very blunt. I have said this same story for years. This message is not new. This message was delivered, and again, go back and check the tape, right? Every year we drop the budget, go back and check our June budget. I said it then too. JPS amends our budget multiple times a year. We do this intentionally so that we can keep track of where we're going. It's not required. We adopt our budget in June, that is required. And we have to amend it again in June, that's also required. But we amend our budget in December so we can keep track of how we're doing. We amend it again in March so we can again kind of hone that in so we always know where we're at. We get our best prediction because a lot of the stuff that we do in June is based on predictions. We don't know sometimes, and in this case, we don't know what our state foundation allowance is going to be. We don't know what our federal money is going to be. We don't know what our student count is going to be. So we make predictions into the future. Last June, we predicted a budget of, there was a deficit of $4.1 million plus or minus. And we anticipated that we would be receiving money from the state in the form of foundation allowance increase. And we had some pretty good precedent to set that on. We had a governor's budget who said, I want to give you some extra dollars. We had the House budget that said we want to give you extra dollars. We had the Senate budget that said we want to give you extra dollars. So when we had all three branches of government saying we want to give you extra dollars, we felt pretty confident that we were going to get a couple extra dollars. Well, we didn't. In July, they passed a budget with no foundation allowance increase. And that immediately kind of said our budget from June is not quite where we're going to be. Now, Marcus and I work every year to kind of work at that budget, to trim that budget down. And we predicted back in June, I said, listen, we're pretty confident that we're 4.1 right now, but we think we can get this thing down under 3. And by the way, that number is significant to me because I have been telling the board as we've been saving, we've got $20 million in our rainy day fund. We didn't have that when I started here. We had $2.4 million in the rainy day fund, and we were borrowing from the state to make payroll. And by the way, when you borrow, you got to pay the interest and you got to pay it back the same year you borrow it. So they just take it out of your monthly check. So when we started adding to the fund balance, we saw these ESSER dollars coming in. This is grant funds. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that when the grant funds run out, we as a district have to decide either we're going to spend our fund balance, our general fund dollars to extend those positions, or we're going to have to reduce those grant funded positions. We said it earlier today when we looked at some of the other grant funded positions. That's a reality in our world. Now, I've told the board we need to get to a balanced budget. And if you'd have listened to me back in June or heard the story back in June, it was this. I think we can get our deficit under $3 million. And that's $3 million. But next year, we need to get our deficit. We could dip $3 million this year. We can dip $2 million the following year, and we can dip $1 million the year after that. Meaning we can dip about $6 million of that $20 million. If we dip more than that, we tend to fall below that threshold and put ourselves in harm's way where we could end up having to borrow again. And it's funny because 20 million sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but it can go away just like that. I was talking with members from the JEA, and they said, Jeff, we had a year we were $14 million the wrong way. And a lot of folks remember us having conversations about pay freezes and contracts that didn't get settled. And so nobody here is talking about a pay freeze, but we do have to right size our budget. And we have spent those COVID dollars over the years providing supports for our staff, our students, our families. And as the COVID dollars have run out, we've extended that. Now we can't extend it indefinitely because when the savings that we buried it in the backyard, well, we're going to spend that money. And we can't save it forever because it's going to get dwindled down. But as we chew through it, we're going to have to, and I've said this, the board is going to have the responsibility of controlling the spigot. They're going to control how fast the money flows out of that spigot. How fast do we flow that money out of the fund balance? In December, we amended our budget, and we're not narrowing the gap. Marcus and I in our efforts aren't able to get that. I'm telling you right now, I don't think we can get it down to 3 million. I just don't. And so I'm predicting we're probably going to dip that $4 million. Well, that means next year we're starting out 4 million in the red next year. So we're going to eat through 4 million this year, and we're going to already start next year 4 million in the hole. Well, that's not 6 million over 3 years. That's 8 million in 2. And that puts us below the threshold. And that means that the lift we've got to do next year is heavier. Now, I have very real concerns, not just when I talk state budget, when I talk with state legislators. I have very real concerns when we see what's going on a national level. We saw an increase in our healthcare costs this year by 13%. That's a bigger number than we'd seen in a number of previous years. It's not the biggest number we've seen, but it's bigger than we've seen in previous years. And you know what? That's a significant expense to us. And so when we start to talk about reducing our staff, and we're 85% of our budget goes to staff. So when we have to talk about reducing, I'm sorry, everybody, it is going to be a staff conversation. It's a heavy lift. It is something I am all too familiar with. And when we did it in 2020, if you want to know who made all the phone calls, I did. I very much take this personally. So when we do this, it's not cavalier. It's very much with intention. And so when I bring to the board in December, hey, I'm concerned, and you should be too, it's not because we didn't know about this back in June, and when the budget passed from the state in July, that I didn't mention it in July, because we did. So the fact that we're talking about it today is not news. It's not new. And we're not in a financial crisis. We have $20 million. We can afford, we can absorb this hit, but we can't do it indefinitely. So we better figure life out. Now, we've been kind of carrying this along. I shared this with the board. I'll share it with everybody here today. Our student numbers, the foundation allowance that we get is based on FTEs, full-time students that we have. And our number is 4855. And it's been 4855 for a couple years now. We've grown that. When I got here, it was 4,400, and we've grown that. But that doesn't mean we're growing in our brick and mortar students, those students who walk in this hall. Okay? In fact, like the rest of the state and the rest of the county, those, for lack of any other term, those butts in seats have gone down. Those brick and mortar students have gone down. We've seen growth in our virtual school. We've also seen growth in our parochial program. And people don't realize what this looks like. When I arrived here in Jackson in 2014, we had 200 FTEs, 200 foundational allowance that we were receiving through our partnerships with our local parochial, with Lumen Christi and St. Mary's and so on. So when students take elective courses in those schools, we provide the funds for that teacher, and we receive a small sliver of pie for that kid for that hour. And all of those add up. Now, I'm not trying to get lost in the minutia here. We're adding to the income side of it as well, because we know we can't control birth rates and population. So today, we receive a little more than 600 FTE through shared time programming. We've been very aggressive at this in the last 4 years. We don't just service, and when I got here to move into Lansing, and it was a struggle. Now we service students everywhere from Grand Rapids to Oakland County in a similar program. And those students that we're servicing, those FTEs that we're grabbing, help to support programming right here in Jackson High and in every school around the district. But we've got about 3,800 students in district and about 1,000 that aren't in district. The difference is we're staffed like we were back in 2020. So Jackson High, as an example, has about 970 kids, plus or minus, on any given day. And that includes pathways. we're staffed like we were back in 2019 when we had 1,200 kids in Jackson High. Well, you can't pay for 1,200 or staff for 1,200 if you've only got 975. And Parkside's the same way. We had 800 and we're staffed for 800 and we've got 760 in Parkside. Now we're addressing the FTE because we keep going out and grabbing more FTEs in the parochial program, and next year we'll gain that, we'll grow in that again. We're allowed to grow 10% every year, and the prediction is we'll be able to grow every year for the next several years, and sooner or later that will outpace the shrinking population we see here. So it's been very intentional. The fact that we're going to do budget cuts, folks, is also very intentional. It's not that we're broke. It's not that there's a financial crisis. This is me pushing an urgency button that says, if we don't do this today, it's going to be harder tomorrow. Nobody wants to talk about budget cuts. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that we're going to lose folks. That's a fact of life that's coming. Kind of how I do this, we set up kind of numbers assigned to any given group. We look at our population, our teaching population, and we're a more senior population where more than, well, roughly half of our teaching population sits at the very top of the pay scale. Now, we've done a lot in the past. We've done some recruiting and some signing bonuses to bring on new teachers because we know that more and more teachers my age are going to retire. And there are less and less kids coming through college. So we've been kind of stacking the deck. We've been kind of putting more in the pantry to make certain that we were ready for when these times come. But our pay scale right now is top heavy, and that's not a knock against those people that are making the dollars. It's a fairly bargained contract, and nothing in this conversation for balancing the budget says that we want to put a pay freeze out there, that we intend to cut programming, that I intend to close a building. I'll make certain everybody hears me. I'm not talking about closing a building, but we do have to right size our budget. We do have to live within our means, which means we have to staff accordingly. Okay, so you staff to the number of students that you have. Makes sense. If you were hiring employees to do a job, you would hire the number of employees to meet the number of students you have or the need that you had in front of you, and that's what we're going to do. Kind of ballparking what cuts might look like. If we're trying to get to approximately $4.1 million, and in all candidness, we probably ought to plan a little bit deeper than that. Not that we will end up there, but we probably need to, because again, we're going to be back cutting next year. Make sure everybody hears me. We'll balance the budget, but we're going to be right back at this next year. And this is, again, not new. I became an administrator in 2003. From 2003 to 2019, I cut every year. And that's not, well, that's just Jeff doing that. That is a model that every superintendent in the state could tell you that they've experienced. Things get more expensive and the money doesn't grow proportionately. So we're up against that. I'm anticipating that we will need to cut, and I'm going to say this the right way, 35 teaching positions. Now everybody's going, holy smokes, Jeff, that seems like a lot. I'm hoping we don't actually have to cut 35. Next month, we're going to come back with an amended budget, and that's going to have hopefully a slightly better number than the 4.1, and we'll have to get to that. But when we cut the 35 positions, we're going to have to rehire some of those. Some of those are going to be positions we can't get rid of. In other words, you're a special education teacher. Maybe you're an EL teacher. Maybe you're an art teacher, or you've got some specialty certificate that we can't do without, or we're required by law to provide. Some of those people will have to come back. And life happens in Jackson all the time. I think we're going to have to cut about half a dozen administrators. You heard earlier today, well, you guys are top heavy in administration. We've been promoting a lot of young administrators because, again, why? I want to give experience to young administrators because I know that veteran administrators, folks, again, my age, are going to retire. We better have somebody to backfill behind them when they do who've got some experience to do that. But we're up against a budget, and we're going to have a conversation about what that looks like. And these are, by the way, administrative positions that we didn't have in 2019, pre-COVID money. So Some of that's going to be conversations we're going to have to talk about. We're going to have to reduce my staff. We're going to have to reduce central office administration. Again, not a conversation we're not going to have. We have to talk about the non-unit folks and the positions there, not conversations we're not going to have. I'm anticipating about 4 secretarial positions. I'm anticipating 10 to 15 parapro positions. We cannot cut TAs. Those are special ed aides. Those are required by law to have. So as much fun as it might say we'll reduce everywhere, those positions are protected. I won't be able to reduce those. And the hard part when we talk about budget is I still don't know what insurance rates are going to do next year. The governor came out with a nice budget that said we're going to increase, I want to give everybody $392 per pupil next year. I'm going to increase that to 10 grand. Now last year she said $245 or $250 and we didn't get that. So she could say 10 grand today, we may or may not get it. I don't know. And the House will come out with their budget and the Senate will come out with their budget. Do I think we'll go 2 years in a row without a freeze? No. But I lived in 2011 when we lost $492 per student, when they took it away. So they can give with one and take with the other, which is a little bit about what's going to happen this year. So I'm going to give you guys $392 per pupil. There's also going to be an increase in our retirement rate. And that increase is going to approximate to about $235 per pupil. So that 392 we're not really getting 392. We're already going to get 235 less than that. So we hear about cuts in the Department of Ed. We hear predictions, and then I've got to base my budget on, I'm predicting into the future on variables that we don't know and won't know until next fall when we see what's our at-risk funds look like, when we see how much is our title grant. And we are concerned that title dollars could be reduced. When you hear, that the Department of Ed is on the chopping block, I'm not as concerned that the Department of Ed is going to be cut, but boy, they could be decimated. The reason I say that it's hard to say they're going to be cut is because that would take 60 votes, and I don't think that they've got that to be able to do. It's not a simple majority to cut it, but they could decimate it. They could go in there and cut the funding for it or the budget or put restrictions or strings or ties on it, and we have to be prepared for that. I'm prepared right now to talk about a 25% reduction in our title funds. And do I think we'll see that? No, but that's what they're talking about nationally. So it's what I've got to be thinking about. I am very concerned, and everybody should be too, when you want to know what goes into my budget planning, about federal block grants to states. So you heard Marcus earlier talk about 31A and 31AA. All right, those are at-risk funds that come to the state. Those are state-level grants that we get, or grants for safety and mental health. Well, where do you think the dollars come from for those grants? They come in the form of block grants that go to the states. So if the funding for those grants aren't fully funded at the state level from the federal government, well, that's going to trickle down and it could cause reductions in those grants to us as well. And I have to be prepared for that as well. And my advice to the board, and that's all this is, I'm preparing a budget plan and I'm going to show the board we have to reduce our staffing, reduce our overhead, and you can't do it all by trying to reduce the electric bill. I still got to turn the lights. You can't do it all by trying to reduce the heat bill. We still got to heat the buildings, and maybe we get a mild winter. Maybe we don't. We've done a lot to offset some of those costs. We've gone out and got new buses, $7.3 million in grants. What's that going to do for us? It's going to reduce our maintenance costs on those fleets. It does not mean we don't buy buses. As you heard earlier, we're debating buying a diesel bus. Fortunately, we've got not a lot. We've got a little bit of left over in our bond dollars that we could use to buy buses, because that's one of the things we said we would do back when we passed this. So we can spend some of those dollars to help us out. We can't stop, and to Keisha's point, we can't stop painting altogether, right? Like we got paint on 2 floors to go, well, let's stop. Let's not do it anymore. What you would do is you discount the paint that you've already done, because by the time you got back to it, that would have already started to wear out again. So you're going to have to continue. There's always going to be maintenance. There's going to be roof repairs that we're going to have to do. There's going to be boiler repairs we have to do. We're going to have emergencies like we had over the summer with the flood at Parkside, where we have insurance, but there's money that's coming out of our pocket beyond the insurance just to keep us there. I am going to recommend that we make reductions in staff. The numbers you just kind of heard me speak to. Now, I am hoping to soften that blow. I am going to recommend, and it's on the agenda tonight, 3 proposals to offer incentives to buy out some of those senior contracts. Because if we're able to buy out senior contracts, even if we have to replace the teacher, and I'm going to use a number that's rough, but if we've got an $80,000 teacher salary-wise and we can replace them with a $50,000 salary, even if we're paying 15 grand in a buyout, that saves us still $15,000. And everybody's going, well, Jeff, 15,000 seems like a lot of money, and it is. But we're going to pay $10,000 to everybody that we lay off in unemployment costs. So it's there, but this is an investment to try to reduce those costs, not just in the current year and next year, but into perpetuity. So if I have folks who say, yes, I'll take the buyout, that's one less person I got to lay off. That's one less, that's them saying, I'll voluntarily step out. And if they voluntarily step out, I may have to replace some of those people, like I said, but it's one less cut that I got to make. I'm hoping, when I said 35, I'm hoping that the real number is 10, 15 maybe, depending on numbers. I'm hoping when I say I got to lay off 6 administrators, I'm hoping that it might be 3. Not because I want to lay off any of them. I don't have any administrators I don't like. I don't have any teachers I don't like. And there's a very rigorous process that we go through to do this. There are some timelines that the board needs to know about. And I've outlined those in an email to you last week, and I'll share them with everybody today. In order for us to offer a buyout, the constituents, the parties that would receive that, have to have 30 days to review that language. They can consult their attorneys, they can consult their union representation, and then after that, they have 7 days to rescind it. Okay, so if we move forward on this tonight, then the people, the staff who could participate would have between now and the March meeting to determine if they were going to participate or not. Then at the March meeting, we would approve those separation agreements, and they would have then 7 additional days to rescind that separation. That gets us to roughly the end of March. And that's important to us because timelines start to kick in. Our administrators are the very first group that gets notified. Why are they the first group that gets notified? Well, Mr. Coffey's sitting in the back, and he's president of that group, and he could probably tell you they've got a March 1 deadline in their contract. And by the way, that kind of follows state law that says we have to notify them 90 days before the end of their contract, which in this case is March 1st. So in order for us to be able to notify administrators impacted by cuts, we need to act today if we're going to give them any options. Otherwise, we will not be able to give them notice in the month of April.
Madam President,
Yes.
are you done with the budget update?
I am. Can I give 2 more things and I'll stop,
But
Derek? I promise.
It sounded like you were moving into the action item.
Kind of
down
merged
there.
them.
I promise
Which-
I'll keep it a little
okay.
bit short. Notice for teachers, it'll be the end of the year. And secretaries the same way. So I am proposing those 3 things as part of my budget plan to reduce. It is not anything that's out of the ordinary. And by the way, again, if we don't make decisions for this year, I promise you it's $8 million next year. So that's it. If anybody's got questions on the budget or how we got here, I was asked, when did we first know that we had a budget crisis? And I said, well, the board voted on this back in June, so we kind of knew what we were up against back in June, and we knew in July that we were going to be in the hole more because we didn't get the foundation allowance. So we've known about this, and this isn't something that's been a secret. And by the way, the 3-2-1, the dip this year, dip next year, and kind of do that through attrition, that's a very workable plan. And it was something we had talked about for a number of years. But it's accelerated now because the the variables out in the community have changed. What's happening with our state and with our federal government have changed those variables. I'm sorry it's more urgent today, but that's my best advice, and the board can take it as they would. So, yes, I am. That concludes my budget presentation. If you guys have questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
So Jeff, just for clarification, you merged 22-25-56, the budget update, with 24-25-57 with the voluntary severance proposal.
Close. What I did with the severance proposal is part of I was told to bring a plan.
Okay.
So the severance proposal is part of my plan to reduce the number of actual layoffs that we have to do. So part of my plan is those separation agreements, that's part of the plan. Because otherwise the numbers get really big for layoffs, and I'm trying to minimize that. All right, and that's
One additional question. So you mentioned 2003 to 2019, cuts were made every year. Were any of those cuts voluntary?
No. No,
Okay.
most of the time they were, well, yes and no. Lots of it was done through attrition. But yes, sometimes, we simply didn't have staffing to be able to offer something, or we had reduced numbers in any given course. So sometimes the answer to that question is yes. We did reduce based on enrollment, based on who signed up for what courses, things along those lines. So the answer to that question is yes, we cut sometimes in those. The last heavy lift we had was 2020. COVID hit, and we cut, I want to say 20, 30 positions, and I don't have the right number today, so don't quote me on that, but we did the same thing back then. It wasn't as deep, but we're a little bit heavier right now.
So we cut in 2020, and then the incentive pay that was offered to new hires.
That was COVID money, ESSER money, that came afterwards.
That came afterwards.
And
Okay.
that was, again, we know that there's a teacher shortage. We needed to hire younger teachers. We better grab them up because the colleges aren't producing them. I mean, I hate to break it to you, there's just not enough of them coming through college to feed the beast. Not just JPS, statewide. So kind of predicting into the future that we're going to have more retirees than ability to hire replacements, we kind of stocked the cupboard.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Trustee
I have some
Hamilton.
questions. So I'll Jeff, you've given a lot of information. So the questions that I'm gonna ask that you keep the answers brief, because I think a lot
I'll
of
do my
the
best.
information might have been in there. You mentioned if we don't cut 4 million this year, it'll be 8 million next year. And then you also mentioned the 3-2-1. Can you kind of differentiate between that or help me understand that better?
Yeah, so the original plan, and you've had it in your emails, you saw it last June, and we've talked about it multiple times throughout the years, was we anticipated dipping 3 million this year. We anticipated that through attrition, we could dip 2 million next year. And we anticipated that through attrition, we would, again, reduce our staffing and not hire to backfill and reduce that to 1 million, but that after 3 years, we needed to be balanced. And that's if we spent $6 million, 3-2-1, right? Well, we're going to spend better than 4 million in the first year. So it's going to be, and by the way, when we know we're over budget by 4 million this year, that's what we start at next year. We're already $4 million over budget next year. So we've spent 4 this year, and we better figure out how, and we're going to spend 4 next year. So we're already 8 the wrong way when we can only give up 6 over 3 years.
Because the expectation is that one, we're going to potentially we'll cut 4 million this year. And then next year, as you mentioned, because we're going to be cutting again, but the expectation is that we'll have to cut again another 4?
No,
That's where the 8 is coming from?
My goal is that my hope, and I say hope because I don't know this budget, I don't know what's going to happen at the federal level. My hope is that we do the heavy lifting right now.
And that we don't necessarily have to cut 4 next year.
No,
Is that
I
what
don't
your goal is?
anticipate we will have to cut 4 next year.
Okay,
If
so the
we
8
do
was
our-
just
if
kind
we
of
do our work
hyperbole a little
now-
bit.
If we do our work now, we will not have to cut 4
Okay,
next year.
that's helpful because
But But please be mindful that we don't want to really fall below about $13 million.
that helps. That's helpful. I just needed to, it sounded like a little bit of hyperbole, and thank you for clarifying that it was, but it's helpful also, you already stated as well that there's the potential that we're going to have to cut. Obviously, whatever we're going to do this year, there's a high potential that we'll have to do some next year, but it may or may not be whatever. Okay, so that's
It
helpful
won't be
for
as
me.
heavy. Let's
Yep,
put it that
that's
way.
helpful. So I do want to just, clarify, because, we've been having these conversations at this table, and, we've been reading our emails and asking questions and whatever. Sometimes I feel like my intelligence is being attacked when we make statements like, to think that we could reduce the budget cuts based on the level of lighting or the amount of lighting that we have, or whether or not we paint, hallways. It feels disrespectful, because, again, we're doing our due diligence, and asking all these questions is very important to understanding all the different ways that we can save on our budget, right? What I'm not hearing, which I think is important in this community, at this board table, is we're talking about all these different ways that we're going to have to cut. We're not talking about, where I'm not hearing us talk about, the extra duty pay that's also being, garnered and used by the superintendent at this board table. So if we're going to be talking about all the cuts, all the different ways that the cuts and things can happen, all the different things, the admin that are going to be going away, and the extra admin in all the building, like all the different things should be discussed. But again, us at this board table asking all the questions is important, so that we can know where and how and what can and can't be cut. Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Nope, I'm not done yet, Jeff. I'm not done yet. Okay.
All right.
The next thing I want to mention, and ask a question, and please just answer this question, and not something else. I'm hearing that we're going to have to potentially cut some positions and then bring those positions back. Help me understand again. I'm asking you to keep this very brief, because I have other questions, and it's 10 o'clock right now. We're going to have to cut positions and then bring those positions back. Help me understand why we would cut them and then bring them back. I just want to understand that real briefly.
Probably, I'll own I may have misspoke with that, and it's not that. Folks may opt to take the buyout that we will have to replace because they have certifications that we can't do without.
Okay, question for you on that. Thank you. That was a very good answer, very brief too. I appreciate that. Is the potential that we wouldn't offer? So I'm wondering, and because we're bringing, sometimes when you are getting rid of, you're laying folks off and bringing them back, or whatever, sometimes that bring back, it costs a little bit more. That may or may not be an issue for us to have to necessarily be concerned about. But is there the idea or the plan that why would we even offer these people those layouts? Is that a thing? Are we considering that?
No, because so we've got a threshold, and I'll use the teachers, and we put a threshold that says you got to be at 81,500, that top step.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody who's in that step, because what do we want to do? We want to reduce our employee costs. Again, I said if we turn an $80,000 salary into a $50,000 salary. But I can't discriminate or cherry pick folks within that salary range and go, well, you can have it, but you can't.
Even though they have specialized training or specializations. Okay.
Because what they'll come after us and they'll say, well,
that's helpful.
You're getting me for ageism. You're getting me for
that's helpful.
pick your thing. So
that answers that question
or
for me. Thank you. I'm gonna keep going just because, like I said, it's 10 o'clock. Okay, so we've got this plan. You're talking about the heaviness, the top heaviness that we have of our extra admin that we've had, and that because of this idea around trying to give them some extra ability to move up or whatever. Some of that's been why you've been adding to these spaces. My question for that around that is there a plan? Because in my mind, when we are trying to advance folks and help them do better and get better and whatever and grow in their jobs, that we don't always necessarily have to do that with a fat paycheck and a different title. We can let them do some job shadowing for a while. We could do it in other ways. So my concern with that, and the question in there, is that in the future, because obviously this is some issues that are likely to continue. We're at 900 students. Hopefully you'll get all this with what I'm saying. We're at 900 students in one school, and we're staffed for 1,200, like type thing. It sounds like we've been at there for at least a couple years or so. Is the plan that in the future, should the desire be to advance folks, and we don't necessarily have the student number to justify that advancement, is the plan to do something different? Is the plan to ensure that, okay, we only have 900 students, we're going to make sure that we stay staffed down to that number, and I'm using 900 because you use that number. It's a plan that we stay staffed down to that number so that we're not facing these types of cuts in those types of areas in one day, and also to still figure out ways to advance folks that, they need to be advanced.
Well, so two things. It's not that we necessarily always employed folks just for advancement. We were certainly stocking the cupboard, but I'll use a building like Northeast. We heard last year several times Northeast was really struggling at the beginning of the year. So we hired extra staff. They have 2 principals. They have 2 behavior interventionists. And we threw staff at that building left and right at the beginning of the year. And elementary land, you wouldn't get a second principal until you were at 500. Now, that building at the beginning of the year was 500, 527. It made sense, right? By the end of the year, they're at 427. Students shifted around the district. And currently, most of our buildings are going to end up somewhere in the neighborhood of about 350 to 370, maybe 300. But the reality is that's a 1 principal building, not a 2 principal building. Now, why do we have 2 principals in those buildings today, Cascades or Northeast? Because it's hard, because we recognize the challenges coming out of COVID. So we've been putting supports in place to help teachers, whether it's extra parapros, whether it's extra principals, whether it's extra behavior interventionists, things along those lines, to help scaffold underneath the backfill the needs for COVID. Well, we're going to run out of the funds that we were using to do that with.
What I think I'm hearing from you, Jeff, is that, if the need like that presents itself in the future, then we'll probably have to do what we have to do in the future to address the need. Okay, that's helpful. The last question I have for you is, I'm hearing that we can absorb this budget shortfall this year, but we cannot do it indefinitely. I think I quoted you almost perfectly on that.
That's accurate.
What happens? Just help me know, because I like to be knowing all my options. What happens if we say, okay, we're not going to do any cuts this year. We're going to wait till next year. What happens?
All right, so we're gonna eat $4 million this year. So our fund balance is going to turn from 20 to 16, and then next year we're going to have to cut all $4 million because we're already $4 million in a hole. We're going to have to cut all $4 million before the start of the school year, because if you try to do it in December, we'll have already spent 6 months of the salary out, and so any cut that you do in December is only half the value of what you're trying to save. So if you cut a $100,000 salary in December, well, you've already spent 50 of it. So you're really only going to save 50. So the problem with that conversation is that you try to cut 4 million next year. Well, you've already eaten 4 million this year, and next year you're going to have to do it before the start of the school year. So we're going to do it anyway.
And presumably
but we have less time.
Costs increase as well.
Well, there'll be less time
Staff.
because candidly, those folks would not have the advantages of having a summer to look for work. They wouldn't have the advantages of the opportunity to go find other employment. They wouldn't. We're doing this so that in the most humane possible.
That's helpful. If we say we didn't cut until 2026, the end of 26, where we at? We're 25 right now, so the end of this fall is going to be 25, 26. Say we didn't make any cuts until next March. What does that look like?
Well, so let's pretend that all things are equal. Let's just pretend that all the state funding comes through and we don't lose money from the federal government, we don't lose money from the state government, we don't have excessive increases, and we're able to hold our student count. So if we're able to kind of meet all those variables and we dip 4.1 this year and 4.1 next year, we're below the 15% threshold, and we could have to borrow then to make operational costs. So the way that works is our business office fills out a grant with the state, paperwork with the state in June. They advance us money. We're going to pay interest on that, and they're going to then take that money back out of our monthly check. So think of it like garnishing our wages, if you will.
Thank you, Jeff. That's very helpful.
All right. Ms. Hamilton, you brought up my
Madam
extra
President.
duty pay. Do you mind if I advance it?
I'd just like to move to close discussion on 24, 25, 56.
You don't mind if I do respond, do you, Derek?
I wouldn't.
Thank you, Trustee Hamilton. Second. Anyone opposed to that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's closed.
Motion carries. We're going to move to the action item. Just for clarity before we proceed, all of these items are coming back next month.
Action items are not.
Those are up right now.
No, I'm talking about the ones that we just discussed.
discussion items
Discussion will be
next
back
month,
to, okay, so,
but the action items are not.
okay, so this is our one and only action item for tonight.
I think we have two. We have an MASB Board of Directors as well.
Madam President, just to get a motion on the board for 24-25-57, I will move that the superintendent to approve of the superintendent offering the voluntary severance packages to JEA, JPSAA, and what is this, non-unit? Non-unit
Non-unit.
one, and execute the necessary releases as presented.
Support.
Any discussion?
Yes, I have a question. These proposals that are going to be offered to teachers, we have a list that we have in our email as far as how cuts could potentially happen among teachers. What's the difference between what we have right now that you'll be offering them and that? Is that one and the same, or is there a difference?
This will impact how many people get cut. So the number of, so if you've got, again, I'll use the number, if you've got 35 teaching positions, I don't anticipate that I'll have to lay off 35 teachers. I'm anticipating a number of them will participate in this program, and that will reduce the number of people that we actually have to lay off.
I'm gonna use the term pink slip, just to kind of, because I think it's a common term. The pink slips basically that folks would get, in my mind, just for clarity, pink slips are, not voluntary. Am I correct that this is not a pink slip, basically? The list that we have in our email, those will be pink slips. This is not.
This is to reduce that number.
Okay,
Yes.
that's helpful. Thank you. Sorry, I just want, for clarity's sake, these are all, for you all, really, this is voluntary that we're voting on right now. These are not the ones that are just gonna come down the pike. You know what I mean? These are the ones that they're gonna be offered. Do you want to, do you not? I just want you all to know why I'm a vote the way I'm a vote.
Any other discussion on the voluntary severance proposal? Trustee?
I'm just, for clarification, I'm noticing in the specific to the JEA, there is no number value. And I just want to make sure, right, so are we offering a specific amount? Because it's not, but it's not in this document.
No, it's 15,000.
Correct, but I'm just saying for the JEA specific one, that number, unless I'm missing it, I'm not seeing.
It wasn't provided.
So I'm just clarifying that 15,000 is the number.
And then that's the same number for all three groups.
Okay.
So,
And could you
Thank you.
specify all three groups for
yeah,
the community,
JEA,
please?
The JP, excuse me, all three groups, the JEA, the JPSAA, and all of our non-unit folks.
I'll make then friendly amendment to my own motion to clarify that the resignation agreement to read 15,000 for JEA, JPSAA, and the non-unit.
Second.
Motion and a second. You got Keisha was a second.
Yeah, Keisha was a second. Discussion, any further discussion? I'll just add, these numbers. When I hear 35 teaching positions, possibly a dozen administrators, 4 secretaries, 10 to 15 parapros, I'll just focus on the teachers' positions, So teachers are the nucleus to our education system. And I hear this tossed around quite frequently. COVID has impacted our students' academic journey. That's important for us to keep top of mind because 35 positions that may include teachers alone will impact the journey of our student populace. To not know in this moment how many will say, yes, I'm walking, it's concerning for me personally with making a decision in this moment. So I just want to say that there's some uncertainty regarding the number of teachers. If we're experiencing a teacher shortage, we have to say that it's a teacher shortage. And to offer this to some teachers and then maybe hire some more, when you take out our experience, our long-standing, top of salary teachers, you're also taking away experience. Do I understand the math and the numbers associated with bringing in younger teachers, newly hired teachers, and a different pay scale for them to begin that scale or that step increase? I understand that. However, to take away experience is taking away the compassion, the empathy, and the patience and the strategies that some of our teachers can and should be able to continue providing to our student population. So I do have some concerns with the amount of teachers that we are looking to let go or to cut in order to right size our budget. And just to go back, Jeff, you didn't say much about the extra duty pay, but for the community, we do have an HR director. Jessica has been in this position, correct me if I'm wrong, since 2022, and fulfilling those responsibilities. The question has been asked to Jeff, is Jessica adequately trained and prepared to do this without?
Point of order, Madam President, we're on the voluntary separation agreements, correct?
Yep, this goes, yes. I'm going to add to that. Yes, thank you. Because this involves, deeply rooted in this is, if we add this severance pay proposal and administration is part of that, Jeff is an administrator.
Okay, but again, back to the voluntary separation agreement is what we're voting on.
That's
So
what we're
I'm just
voting
trying
on.
to keep us on track here.
Thank you. So I just want to be mindful of the decisions that we are making today, but I wanted to go back to that because it's important that we not just peruse over that when we're talking about budget and severance proposals. That aligns with the decisions that we're about to make. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion on this item? Trustee Dobies.
I'll just say I'll be voting in support of it. I think that it's difficult. COVID, we've been through a lot with COVID and the stressors that that is provided. Teachers and educators have lived for decades with cuts from the state. Unions have lived with an all-out assault on collective bargaining rights, teachers included, from the state and at times the federal government, and now kind of in after the most recent election, there's a lot of chaos, uncertainty, and stress, generally speaking, and also directed at the education community, public education more specifically. And I think that there's a lot of different factors that are, unfortunately putting us in this situation that we are with the expiration of some of our ESSER funds, the COVID dollars, student population, things like that, that we have to make some tough decisions. I actually think that thinking about ways in which we can amicably part with some of our great teachers and offering them something if they choose to resign or follow a different pathway, I think is a good start to this. instead of just getting out the red pen and, slashing. Frankly, Jeff spoke a lot about right-sizing the budget and anticipating different funding streams or lack thereof. And I think part of it is we just don't know. I mean, we know the position that we're in now, but every day I mean, there was probably a whole day where you were just responding to board members and staff about the federal funding freeze. I mean, that, probably won't happen. But I think there is a cost to just the chaos as well. Cost of you having to respond to that instead of working on everything else that we put on your plate. And there's a cost to that in the education community with our teachers and just with the mental health, I think, of the teachers and educators that are here with us. So. Unfortunately, we're in this position, but I think that this is probably the best first step that we can take to figure out a way to a balanced budget.
Any other discussion? All right, so we have a support.
I'm sorry, just in honor of Vice President Dobies, I just want to clarify that we have a motion and an amendment, so we need to vote on the amendment first and then the amended motion. I did that just for you, Derek.
Sure.
Can you clarify what the amendment is? Can you clarify what the amendment is?
Derek, can you clarify your amended motion, please, in your language?
I will withdraw my motion and make a new motion to authorize the superintendent to offer the voluntary severance packages to the JEA, JPS and the non-unit agreement, resignation agreements with the sum of $15,000 for the lump sum payments.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Or do we want to do a roll call?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I didn't. I'm a no. I'm a no. Thank you. All right, our next agenda item.
Madam President, I will move that the board direct the superintendent to cast the board's vote for the Board of 7 Directors, Region 7 for Guillermo Lopez.
Second.
For
Guillermo Lopez.
Second, a motion and a second has been made. Any discussion?
Personally, I would vote for Jack Temsey from the Eaton County based on his statement and his resume.
And I would vote for Corey McLaughlin based on his statement and his information that he shared. But, I just vote no on this one, though. But Corey would be my
Okay.
choice.
Motion second, we can vote up and down and then move to the next one and keep this thing moving.
Yep, so at this point, the motion and second is for Guillermo. And all of those in favor of Guillermo? Yes. Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
No, opposed.
3 opposed. Motion carries. Board comments. Board comments.
I'll just say thank you. Thank you all for sticking with us for so many hours tonight. Thank you, thank you.
I would like to say thank you for my son being here, representing Shire Park Academy.
What do you owe him for taking your notes for you?
He's the true nonpartisan. He clapped for
Come
every
up with your
public
number.
commenter.
Come up with your number. I want to say thank you to everyone who's made public comment, sent out emails. I will say on certain things, you know, you think one way and then somebody helps you think about it another way. Specifically, I'm thinking about our resolution to be welcoming. I can't remember the words, but just having several people explain it to me differently, and thinking about basically like what is the best way to keep you safe. And we so appreciate that because we don't know. So keep them coming, please, both in public comment and approach us via email or however you feel most comfortable. Thank you.
Trustee Acton.
So I just wanted to say how pleased I am by the how the students are working and making progress by the district benchmark review. And for all the kids that came out from the Montessori Center with their parents and teachers, it was delightful. I loved it. And they were so talkative and so engaging. I was like, oh my gosh. So yay.
I think that this was a very heavy agenda. I think that we as a board did a great job on every single agenda item. I think we discussed, we listened, we paid attention. I think we did a great job. I especially like the superintendent's report, the Montessori students with Mr. Jane, the bond update, the benchmark reports. I think we did a great job regardless of how late it is.
Thank you. Any other comments? Trustee Dudley's.
This is really cool. Thank you to the Montessori. It's kind of hard to fit in my pocket on a keychain, but I'll find a spot for it. And just want to thank the educators, the teachers, and the teachers union for all of the work that you have done and will do in the months ahead with some difficult decisions. So thank you.
I want to thank everyone that came out tonight and for those of you that have stayed, and we encourage you to come back next month where all of these discussion items should be on there as an action item where we have to make some informed decisions on how to move our district forward.
Move to adjourn.
Support. Meeting is adjourned.